and somebody had texted him. So I'm like, what is this? Like, and I tossed the phone, and he was like, B, I'ma kill you. And I'm like, you gonna kill me? Mind you, my daughter is in the room. So he ended up choking me, and this was probably like the first time like we ever had like it got this physical. Like however the hit came, it caused me to have like a little dark spot under my eye. I'm gonna insert the picture so that you can see what I'm talking about. He was like spitting in my face and like I'm gonna kill you. And this was like actually the first time he actually pulled the gun out on me. So he pulled the gun and was like, I'm gonna blow your head off.
Fucking gun to your fucking head. And said, I kill you.
And out of nowhere, this man just started acting crazy. I'm talking about my husband started acting crazy. This man goes and punches a hole in the wall in my apartment. I'm gonna insert the picture of the hole in the wall. Like he literally played in my face. And then on the cover, he sent me this paper, and I'm gonna insert the picture. And this is what he said. And I'm like, yo, at this point, I'm like stuck.
We still Hustle Daily. What's going on, Hustle Nation? Welcome back to another video. It's your boy Big Play Ray coming to y'all with another video, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button. I greatly appreciate y'all for all y'all love and all y'all support. Follow me on Instagram at the top of the screen. I just want to tell y'all that the first 3 minutes the volume was low, so I had to up the volume. So you're gonna hit it like background noise a little bit. It's gonna be kind of weird for the first 3 minutes, all right? But that's only for the first 3 minutes, so just bear with me. I don't know what was up with her video, but it was low, and I had upped the volume on that thing like twice. You feel me? So make sure you smash that like button, and I appreciate y'all and love y'all. We about to get right into it.
Yo, tell me why I just got subpoenaed to come to court. Like, not for nothing, it's the audacity for me. Because I got subpoenaed to come to court for child support in custody a day apart. Like, the craziest, funniest thing ever. Like, I just can't fathom what the F is going through this man's mind. So, let me just, for clarity, the other person that I had kids with decides that on Friday, September 13th, that he was going to wake up on this beautiful day and go and tell the courts that he could no longer afford to pay me child support. Now you might ask, oh my God, the payments must have been so high, he must have whatever. My child support payments was $1,050 a month, which calculates up to $242 a week for both kids. Not per kid, for both kids. When you think about it, it's not enough. Like, it's not enough. But here we are. So in the petition, he states that he needs it to either be decreased or terminated because he can no longer afford it. Well, this is September. He lost his job with SEPTA back in January. So January, February, March, I didn't receive any child support payments. And he didn't think to slide me a couple of dollars, check to make sure the kids was good. None of that. I mean, he would say that anything that they needed, he provided. However, my kids is 13 and 8. They don't know what the hell they need. But if that's what we're going with, cool. However, I never received a dime. But when his unemployment kicked in, the payments were consistent. I could say that they were consistent because it was coming out of his unemployment. So from January up until September, me receiving payments was consistent. Then you just decide that once your unemployment was cut off, then all of a sudden you want to take me to court to lower your payments. Like, bruh. On top of that, he just had a book bag drive. Our community activist just had a book bag drive. You would have thought. Hey y'all, so court was today. So prior to going to court, I had already decided that I was going to go in court and tell them, get me to a judge because I know this is about to be a bunch of bull stuff. And not for nothing, I wanted to prove a point that even with me suspending the child support, he's still not going to do nothing for these kids. But as a man, how do you feel okay with not taking care of your kids? It's just beyond me. So we get to court. Just so happened we ended up getting off the expressway at the same time. So we get off the expressway, get to court. I go in, sign my name or whatever. He signed his, we sit down, they call us big. They asked him why he needed to not pay the child support. He like, oh, because I don't have no income. I don't have, I can't pay it. And he was like, so how do you take care of yourself? He was like, oh, I work with my dad. Well, how much you make me with your dad? Like $1,000 a month. That's how I take care of myself. Oh, okay. Then the part that pissed me off was the guy, the mediator, never asked him, well, how much can you pay? Like, basically, at this point, it's just all on me, right? Okay, cool. So he never asked him how much he could pay. But he said he could only, we want to suspend it. We want to judge request. I'm like, yeah, let's judge request because I don't got time for this. When is the court date? He's like, in March. I'm like, oh, cool. March, you gonna get in front of this judge and really mess yourself up. So I'm over it. I got stuff to do. Let me get out of here. So I get something to walk out. I'm calling my man. And they like, oh, can you come back? Because he wants to ask you something. Which one is me? Because I'm at the point, because I'm like, yo, you just said that you got these vending machines and you got all this motion going on, but you in here talking about you can't pay for your kids. Like, you can take care of kids that are less fortunate, but you can't take care of your kids. Okay, cool. Kind of pat on the shoulder because I feel like, okay, you must have the thought that, or you believe that your kids will always be taken care of. Kudos to me. I was single mom through it. So I go back in there to see what he wants because he had a folder. I'm like, oh, he got his evidence. This man decides to get somebody to make these fake Apple payments. He said, do you think, hold on because I'm running out of time. So true Apple users know that when you send payments through Apple Pay, that you can only see every transaction that you send the person. You'll never get a total amount of how much you sent the person through Apple Pay. Now, Cash App does it, but Apple Pay doesn't do it. So when we went to court, and this another story time that I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna do a whole series at this fucking point. When we went to court in April, I told the judge that he was $18,000 in the rears with the child support, because that's how high it was. It's $18,000. So he got this folder, and he like, oh, I was wondering if these Apple payments that I paid you would go towards my arrears. I'm like, what Apple payments? Because now I'm fucking confused because you lost your job in December. So he said he lost his job in December. So January, February, March, I didn't receive anything from you. So what you talking about? All right, I said, let me see what you're talking about. He like, oh, I'm gonna give it to him. The judge like, no, give it to her because it's up to her if she wants to, put it towards your arrears. I started looking through these documents. Like, I'm like, bro, this is in December. Like, if you know anything about my story, both my kids' birthdays are in December. So in December, we was cool. Like, we tried to do the thing where we could just be there for the kids, celebrate their birthdays and all of that stuff for the kids. So during that time, we went half on everything that had to do with these kids. You showing stuff that we went half on? Like, what you talking about? So I'm going through the papers, like going through it. And I'm like, sir, he had somebody put at the bottom, total $19,000. Coincidentally, in the last 3 years, outside of your child support payments, you gave me $19,000. Like, you are a joke. Like, I tossed that shit right back in his face. Like, this is bullshit. Like, go ahead with it. Like, we ain't doing this. Tossed it right back in his face. Bullshit. Play with somebody else, because I ain't no dummy. I know how you falsify paperwork. I know how you play with paperwork. Like, don't play with me. Like, wrong person to play with. I know you. I've known you for 15 years. Stop playing with me. So We gets out the courtroom or whatever. Because after I threw that, the guy was like, "Oh, that was unnecessary, man. Fuck you too at this point because you being dumb, like you about to let it ride." But he also told him that, "Well, I told you anything outside of these payments is a gift. So note to yourselves, anything that you pay outside of your child support is a gift, ladies. Is a gift. Is a gift. We ain't applying it to nothing." So we get outside, and I'm just trying to like understand because for me, it's like I just want to understand what's your whole purpose. Like, what you trying to accomplish here? You don't want to take care of these kids financially, but you want to dictate how they move. You want to dictate. So you don't want to financially provide for these kids, but you want to have open access to these kids. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you want control. Like you try to control me. Mind you, for context, my ex is 11 years older than me. I met him when I was 19. He was already 30. Just for context, you realize that when I got to my big age where I felt like I ain't need you behind no more, and you wasn't gonna control me the way and abuse me emotionally, physically, and mentally like you was, you knew that you lost. It was no coming back from it. So we get in a hallway, and I'm just like literally like, yo, like what's your thing? Like at this point, you a clown. You really got me here. You supposed to be this. You supposed to move like a mob, and y'all supposed to be these thugs, and doing all this whatever y'all doing on the street. But you signing court papers to not take care of your kids. Like where's your folks at? Where your folks that's telling you out of pocket for the stuff that you're doing? Because I feel like you're around too many yes men. But that's just my own personal feelings. So I'm like, so you mean to tell me you got these vending machines and all of this stuff that you got going on, but you can't pay your child support? Like you needed that suspended. And he's like, I can't afford to pay it. Like I can't afford to pay it. But it's irritating me about a minute because I know you went here playing the game. You think you just won. Cool. It took everything out of me not to punch this nigga in his face. Like literally everything in my soul because when I tell you this story time about why we got to this point, you'll understand why I felt the way that I felt. And God had me because Lord knows I could be in contempt right now for punching him in his mouth because you literally playing with my kids. And that's one thing I don't tolerate is you playing with my kids. But then you take me to court and you ain't telling nobody you was taking me to court. You so thorough. You a thorough ass old head. But you ain't telling nobody you was taking me to court for child support in custody. Oh, okay. But stay tuned. I'm about to do a full story time on this. Just give me a minute. I got y'all. Hey y'all, here is part 3, but really part 1, because this is the beginning of my story time about me being married to a narcissist. So it all started back in 2009. I was 19. I was working at a hair salon called Crystal's Palace on Girard Avenue. It was a unisex hair salon, so we had barbers and hairstylists there. I was a personal assistant, so I didn't wash hair. I prepped it for when you get in the chair. So I used to press it, lay tracks, do stuff like that before you got in the chair. So the guy used to come in, he was really nicely put together. He had on his uniform. He drove a nice Lexus. And for me, it was something different because I was in love with a drug dealer. Like, you couldn't tell me nothing about the boys, the dope boys that I was in love with. So I'm like, okay, cool. This is going to be something different because of what I was used to. And just, meeting somebody that worked was totally different. So we started off, I remember buying some checkers one day and he was like, save me some of your fries. And I was like, all right. So I saved him some fries and he was like really surprised that I saved him some of my fries. But I did. I gave him some of my fries. Then the next time he came to the barbershop, he brought me breakfast. And we just went from there. So on this like crazy day, I asked his barber, like, yo, give me boy number. And he was like, who? I was like, such and such. The one that come in here, he worked for the people. Give me his number. And he was like, oh, you talking about such and such? And I was like, I never even knew this man's name. Like, I never knew his name, never asked him his name. And I was like, you sure that's his name? Because he didn't look like what he said his name was. I was like, oh, okay. Well, if that's his name, then whatever. Yeah, give me his number. So I ended up calling him, and he answered, and we started talking, and I found out that he had 3 sons. At the time, he had 3 sons. According to him, the mom left the kids on the steps when he had first started working for the company, and he had took care of them ever since. And I was like, oh, okay, you've been at the company for 3 years, so that means you had your kids for 3 years by yourself as a single father. Dope. Loved it. Loved his story. Loved everything that he was telling me. I was eating it up. And I ain't gonna lie, I was eating it up. Like, oh yeah, he got this, and this. Like he got this. He used to call his friend that used to take care of his kids, his maid. Well, no, I'm sorry, his butler. Like I'm like, oh, he got a butler. He live in Philly, got a butler. Like, me being dumb, 19 and dumb, I'm like, oh, he got a butler. So when my friends found out I talked to him, they was like, oh, you messed with such with the messed up arm. I'm like, messed up arm. It's like, yeah, his arm messed up. And for me, like I had been around him a couple of times, and I never knew that this man's arm was messed up. That's how good he is at hiding it. So his left arm is messed up, and I'm like, I'm gonna put a picture in so y'all can see what I'm talking about when I say messed up. So I still was like, whatever. He's still cool. Like he's showing me all this attention. So I'm like, cool, whatever. So we talking. I ended up pregnant around the end of December, going into the new year, 2010. So this was my first red flag with him. I told him I was pregnant. He was like, well, if you decide to keep that baby, you're going to be a single parent, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, bro, my mom got 13 kids. Why in God's name do you think that I want to have a baby? And I got all these siblings. I couldn't even stand my siblings at the time. Why would I want to have a baby? I had no interest in having a baby. So I ended up getting rid of the baby. Now, on the day that I got rid of the baby, I remember him calling me like, yo, somebody playing on people's phones. Don't, somebody call your phone, say anything about me. Don't worry about it. Somebody playing on people's phones. Somebody hate my phone, playing on people's phones. I was like, oh, all right. I'm still being naive about it. I'm like, all right, cool. So, lo and behold, I get this abortion. And we're going to call this girl Susie. For the remainder of this series, her name is Susie. So Susie called me. And Susie like, yeah, that was my boyfriend. We broke up a couple months ago, and he just started acting weird. Do you deal with him? And this and the third. And I was like, yeah. Mind you, he never ever told me about this girl. So I'm like, well, like, where you come from? And she was like, well, I hacked his email, and I got your, she knew my address. She knew what I looked like. He got pictures of you. He always at your house, and he says this, and this about you. And I was like, oh, okay, like, cool. I am making a big deal about it. Whatever he told me, I was just eating it up, like, literally eating it up, just believing everything, because he's very manipulative. So I told him, like, all right, we moved past that, and I made it clear to him that if I got pregnant again, we were having a baby. I said, if I get pregnant again, somebody's having a baby. And not for nothing, I didn't want no kids at the time, but I was like, I'm not going to keep in my body through abortions because you want to be careless, because you never wanted to use protection. Like, the first time we had sex, he didn't want to use protection. And all right, cool. That's what we're doing. Let's do it. So, lo and behold, within the first 6 months, I'm pregnant. So I got an abortion in December. March of 2010, I'm pregnant. And he really didn't say too much about it when I told him that I was pregnant. He just was like, all right, cool, whatever. He made sure that I was cool. Went to all my doctor's appointments. He made sure that I was okay. I ended up moving out of my mom's house to go stay with him. Like, we was doing the things. I started, taking care of his kids. I was walking his kids to school and made sure that they were okay. I was cooking. Like, I was doing all the things that I was supposed to do. Well, not even that I was supposed to do, that I was doing at the time. So fast forward to Susie reached out to me again. And this time she's reaching out to me on Facebook. So she found my Facebook. She reached out to me on Facebook. So she like, I heard that you was having a baby. And if you were having a baby, you ain't never got to worry about me again, because that's something that I really can't deal with. So she like, yeah, so if y'all having a baby, that's not something that I deal with. I'm gonna really leave him alone. But he told me that, he don't really know if that's his baby and just all this stuff. And I'm like, girl, if he thought that this wasn't his baby, why he making it to all my baby doctor's appointments? Why? I live in the man's house at this point. So whatever he telling you, he lying, because we literally live together. So I said something to him about it. And I think he basically told me that she was lying. Like, I mean, I knew it was some truth to some of it. But he was like, she's lying. I don't even talk to her. Like, she keep going through my stuff. Like, she's so worried about what I'm doing and this, that, and that. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. So I'm going on with my pregnancy. I then had my baby shower. So at my baby shower, everything was fine. Had the baby shower. I get home from the baby shower, and it's a knock on the door. I'm like, well, who's coming here to this house after my baby shower? Child was another girl that he was messing with. That he messed with when he was in high school. So he had messed with this girl. So he went out there, ended up having a conversation with her, and whatever happened. I'm pregnant at this point. I'm like 8-9 months any day now, and I'm about to have this baby. And it was a girl. So he was happy that it was a girl. So he was doing everything for his little royal princess because it was a girl. All right. Then, excuse me. So then goes through the computer because you acting dumb. Like, why people keep popping up? Like, what's going on? You're not telling these people that you got a girlfriend, that you got a baby on the way. Like, why these women just keep popping up? Like, it's not making sense. So I go, someone just told me, like, look through the computer in the basement. So in his basement, he had it set up like a studio because he used to rap. So I go down there, look through the computer, and there's pictures in there, nudes in there. It's all this stuff in there. And I'm like, yo, like, this is too much. So I literally got my stuff and I left. Like, I got my mom to come get me and I left. He came back the next day, picked me up, took me back to the house or whatever. Now, my due date was one of his close friends' birthday. And his close friend like passed away maybe a couple years before he met me in like a bike accident, and it was his friend's birthday. So me having my baby close to his birthday was kind of like, oh my God, whatever. He was happy. So I ended up having my baby the day before my due date, which was the day before his friend's birthday. So December 16th was the day that I had my baby. His friend's birthday was December 18th. So I had the baby. He was absolutely happy. Like, you couldn't tell him nothing about my daughter. Like, Sanaa was, oh, he was so happy to have Sanaa. Like, everything was about Sanaa, 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 Sanaa. I was like, okay. So after I had Sanaa, things were cool for the most part. Like, we really didn't fight. We didn't really do too much of anything. But then it just came a day where things just started getting weird. Like, he would just always have an attitude for nothing, and it was like you picking arguments for nothing. So I, went through, like, one day I just picked up his phone to see what the hell was going on, and somebody had texted him. So I'm like, what is this? Like, and I tossed the phone, and he was like, B, I'm gonna kill you. And I'm like, you gonna kill me? Mind you, my daughter is in the room. So he ended up choking me, and this was probably like the first time like we ever had like it got this physical with us. He just choking me, and I'm like, yo, chill, like the baby, like the baby. My daughter's on the bed, and she's like at the point where she's sitting up and she's smiling, she's doing all the little stuff, and she witnessed it. He was like spitting in my face and like, I'm gonna kill you. And this was like actually the first time he actually pulled the gun out on me. So he pulled the gun and was like, I'm gonna blow your head off. And I should have left then. I should have left then, but I actually stayed because then he got nice again. So now he's nice. He's love bombing me. I love you so much. You're so beautiful. Like, doing and saying all the things that I needed to hear at that moment, because I just had a baby. I gained 30 pounds. I'm not the same person that I was. Like, I wasn't the same person. I didn't feel like the same person. So he telling me, like, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that. And that's all that I ever needed to hear. Like, you just want to be desired by your man. Right after that, we got engaged. Now, during this time, this process of him proposing to me, he told me this story. Like, we went through like a little phase throughout this weekend. Dropped the baby off. We head into Baltimore, and on our way to Baltimore, we're talking. Like, we're having a conversation, and he's basically telling me, I guess, come and clean about some things. And at this time, he had told me that it was this girl that blamed a baby on him. And he wasn't sure the baby was his. So, they got a blood test. It came back the baby wasn't his. Okay. I didn't understand what the validity of that conversation was, but I'll get to that in a minute. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Get engaged to him. Now, fast forward, we're engaged, and the fights are becoming like all the time. Like, he would get up, he leaving, he going down the projects, because he's from the projects, from Richard Island. So he getting up, he leaving every time we argue. And I'm like, well, why you keep leaving the house? Like, I didn't understand why he kept leaving every time we had an argument. So for me to fight for your relationship was to stop him. Like, I would try to stop him from leaving out the door. Like, just let's talk about it. Like, what's going on? And he would never talk. It was, B, get out the way. Like, no, he would never call me a bitch. But he would like, just get out the way, or he'll choke me, throw me, toss me. Like, it was bad. It was bad. Like, I had bald spots and everything from him, like, grabbing my hair. And I'm like, yo, let my hair go. Like, he would grab my hair and just like rough me up real bad.
All right, real quick, I just want to point out a couple of key points in what I've heard so far. The nigga told you, if you get pregnant, you gonna be a single mama. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you say, well, since you want to be not be careful, um, if that's what we doing, it's cool. Damn, a nigga told you that you gonna be a single baby mama and he don't want to use protection, but if you get pregnant, you keeping it. Like, if that's what we doing, that's cool. Okay, that's number two. Like, no protection, no, didn't make the nigga wear no condom. He said he don't want to wear no condom. Motherfucker didn't get on birth control. Motherfucker, nothing, nothing. And then number three, the nigga put a gun to your head and choke you out, and y'all get engaged. He ain't call you no bitches though. Shit, you was better off getting called bitches and hoes than to get fucking choked out and goddamn hair pulled out your head. This shit crazy to me, man. You feel me? But what can I say to this type of shit? That's what you get? Like, literally, what can I say to this type of shit? Like, motherfuckers be young and shit, but goddamn, the nigga put a motherfucking gun to your fucking head and said, bitch, I'll kill you, hoe! Okay. You like it, I love it. We're gonna listen to the rest.
Need to say this. When you start talking about your past traumas, you start reliving them again. It literally feels like the first day of your healing process all over again. So yeah, it took me a couple of days because I needed to gather my thoughts and make sure that while I'm telling this story, I tell it in the best way possible because it's my truth. It's nobody else's truth. And a little truth about me, I come from a two-parent household. I come from a really, really big family. Like, we get busy in my family. My uncles are very overprotective of me on both sides of my family. My parents are still married to this day. And when someone tells you that if a man doesn't respect his mom, he won't respect you, I need us to start believing it. I need us to start looking at these men and judging them off the way that they treat the women in their lives because it's all going to come back on you. And I'm telling this because I lived it. It's going to come back on you. No matter how much you think you're going to change this man, how much you think that, oh, they did this wrong to him, so that's why he acted the way he acted. Because for me, I made up a ton of excuses for this man about why he didn't have a healthy relationship with his mom or why he treated women the way he treated them, like why he didn't have a healthy co-parenting relationship with his other two baby moms. It's like I made up so many excuses and now I had to live it. Like I had to be his mom or deal with his mommy issues. So when someone tell you something or show you something, please believe it the first time. And not for nothing, it is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which makes it even more sensitive for me to talk about it because I don't want sympathy. I'm not doing this for a gold medal or, oh, you're the strongest woman in the world because I never signed up to be one of God's strongest soldiers. Let me just say that. I literally thought that this was karma for something that I did years ago. And God was just paying me back. And every time He gave me my out, I didn't take my out. So I went back and then it got worse and it got worse and it got worse. So if you know somebody that's dealing with domestic violence, please give them some grace because they have to live through it. And it's not easy to walk away. I say this to a lot of people all the time that it ain't as easy as you think it is to walk away, especially if you have children. Luckily for me, I was able to get the courage and the resources to just walk away. But some of us don't have the same thing. Sometimes it's too late and the men do something crazy and that's your life. It goes that far. So if you know someone that's dealing with domestic violence, give them some grace. Go give them a hug. Everybody relationship ain't what it seems. Everything that glitters. Now let's get back to business. Here is part 4 of I Married a Narcissist, the wedding. We got engaged back in February 2021. Like I said, we had a whole weekend planned. Well, he had a weekend planned. We went down Baltimore. I met his aunts. We came back to Philly. We stayed at the South Hotel. We went out to a restaurant. I can't even think of the name of the restaurant right now. We went to a restaurant. I thought he was going to do the restaurant, but he didn't. So we went back to the hotel, and he ended up proposing to me at the hotel. It was weird. I didn't cry. I wasn't overly emotional. I just was like, okay. I'm about to get married. Let's do it. So the plan and everything, I think we were just like full of excitement that we were actually about to do this. So the planning, um, we decided that we was going to get married on his birthday in April of the following year. So everything that was leading up to it, we had to deal with the marriage counseling that was very effective, that I felt like was effective because it kind of helped us navigate through the whole process of getting married and all the things that was to come. So when the pastor had told us, like, you know, you're going to deal with exes popping up, you're going to deal with stuff coming from this way, stuff coming from that way, and literally everything that the pastor told us that was going to happen happened. Fast forward, we still was getting into arguments, and the only person that I really confided in at that time was my mom, because my mom was married to my dad for forever. So I felt like if anybody knew anything about what I was going through or could relate to anything that I was going through, it would be my mom. But when it came down to me inviting people to the wedding and all the things that had to do with the wedding, I lost a lot of people planning this wedding. Like my uncles, a lot of people had heard stories about this guy and the stuff that he was putting me through, and like they really did not want nothing to do with it. And I should have took that as a sign then that I shouldn't have probably walked in the aisle. So when we got close to the wedding, we ended up running into like a couple little errors with the wedding stuff that we ended up having to downsize our wedding. So we ended up with 87 guests at the wedding, and about 60 of those guests was my people, like my family members. The excuse me, the rest of the people was of course his family. He don't come from a big family. It's just him, his mom, and his brother. He has friends, and that's that. So I'm in pure bliss. I'm gonna get fitted for my dress. I finally make it to my last fit in, and I'm heading home with my mom and my dad. We're driving down the block, and he's walking to the car, to his car, enraged, like he's pissed. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with him? Like, why he got an attitude? Like he's leaving his own house, and I see people sitting on the steps. I'm like, why would he be leaving his own house in this? So I get out the car, and it's his mom, his dad, and it's this little boy on the steps. So I'm like, oh, what's wrong with him? They was like, his mom was like, let me talk to you for a minute. I'm like, okay, what's going on? So she's telling me like, I know that y'all getting married in 2 weeks, and I don't want no secrets in my family. So I'm like, okay, what's wrong? She was like, the kid that's outside on the steps is his son. I'm like, his son? She's like, yeah, his son. He stopped dealing with the mom and the kid's mom that he take care of now got into it a couple years ago. And ever since then, he didn't want to deal with the mom. But the mom still allows the little boy to come over and goes to his brother's house. So that was the only way that his sons was able to see their brother, was because they always went over his brother's house. And his son was there. So they was able to keep together that way. So I'm like, he told me that wasn't his baby. She was like, oh no, mamas, he lied. That's his baby. And he need to do something because he about to start a family and y'all need to know about this. We don't want no secrets. Wow. Yo, we 2 weeks before my wedding to tell me this. I'm like, okay, cool. I went out there, spoke to him, spoke to his son, and I'm like, you're welcome to come. And it was so bad because the kid could not be a part of the wedding. I felt terrible. Like, damn, he can't even be a part of this wedding. But all right, cool, you got a son. That's how I found out about his oldest son. This is the oldest one. So we get married, and when I tell you the day before the wedding, we had like a big blow up in the church. And the pastor had to pull us to the side, and we had to talk through it because our wedding is the next day. The next day comes, again, like I said, we got married on his birthday. When I tell you I walked in the aisle, and when I got to the top of the altar, I cried. And I didn't cry because I was marrying the man of my dreams. I was crying because I felt like, am I making a mistake? Am I doing the right thing? Like, I had so many questions going through my head, but I'm like, all right, I got to do it. So I just did it. So we got married. Everything was fine. Reception, everything is fine. Now let's go to the honeymoon. The honeymoon, where we went to Jamaica, went to Montego Bay, Jamaica, both of our first time flying international. So we get to Jamaica, and it was like our downtime. And I'm checking because the guy, our videographer, was showing us the videos, the clips that he had made because he's putting together our wedding video. So I'm checking the emails, and just so happened I run across the email from Susie. Susie reaches out on his birthday to tell him happy birthday. So I'm like, here we go. So, me being me, I reply, oh yeah, he had a good. I'm gonna insert a picture of his wedding vows and also of me on my wedding day so that y'all can see this before I keep going. I'm like, yeah, he got married on his birthday. He had a good birthday. He got married on his birthday. So she like, oh, well, did he use the colors that we talked about? And did he get married at the church that we talked about? I'm like, yeah, he did all those things. So he found out, and I'm like, why is she reaching out to you? Like, it's literally year 4 at this point. Year 3, I'm sorry. It's year 3 at this point. Why is Susie still reaching out to you? And I for a long time, I wanted to believe that women aren't this delusional that they don't know how to let go. Like, in my mind, I'm like, yo, this girl is not this obsessed with you that she cannot let go. Like, she said she was going to let go when she found out about the baby. You're a whole married man now. Sis, let it go. But, me and him got into it, and, he's trying to explain himself. In Montego Bay, on my honeymoon, I am arguing with my new husband about this girl from 3 years ago. Hey y'all, welcome back to part 5 of I Married a Narcissist. So we got back from the honeymoon and we decided that we was going to lay down some ground rules. We agreed that we wouldn't come in the house past a certain time, that we would sit down through arguments and try to communicate better. I wasn't allowed to have any male friends, which was cool because I didn't really have too many male friends. But he had a few female friends, 2 of which I became really, really close to. And remember, just make sure you remember that I said that we became really, really close. He assured me that, because of his job, he would come in contact with a lot of people on a daily basis. He's like a public figure. So he assured me that I wouldn't have to worry about him talking to anybody that he came in contact with. I didn't have to worry about him watching porn. And he will always make sure that me and my daughter was okay. Make sure you remember that. So just one day, I, got suspicious about some things. Like, the money wasn't adding up. It was like, why every time I ask you to buy something or ask you to do something, I always got to wait for us to do it. Now, granted, I didn't work. I was a stay-at-home wife. I made sure that the house was clean. The other baby mom, so the 3 boys that stayed with us, she made sure that she provided us with $300 in food stamps a month. That was her contribution to the house, which was cool. We took the $300, we went shopping, we bought food, we did everything we needed to do. And my job was just to cook, clean, make sure that the kids were safe while he went to work and came home from work. And I also had my little daughter. So with that, his pay stubs will come. So just one day I just was like, let me check his pay stubs, because he was very weird about what he shared with me financially, which I couldn't understand, because it's like, bro, I mean, we need to make sure that these bills is paid, so you might as well tell me because I can help in that sense. But remember, he's 11 years older than me. I am 22 years old. He is 33 at the time. So he kind of didn't trust my judgment when it came to paying bills and how I was moving money. But all right, whatever. So the check comes in the mail. Well, not the check, but the pay stub comes in the mail. So I'm reading the pay stubs, and it's this $87 that keeps getting taken out of his check every pay. It's like, what is this $87? Because it's not going towards his pension. It's not none of that stuff. What is this $87? So I called my sister. So I had my sister. I'm sorry. I called my sister. I'm like, yo, what's this? Like, what does this mean when you see this on the pay stub? She was like, oh, he paid child support. I said, he paid child support for who? She was like, you need to find out, because clearly he got somebody that he's paying child support for. All right, so it all makes sense, because I remember a conversation that me and him had, that when he told me, if you ever put me on child support, you're not going to get nothing else from me besides what's outside of that child support. Like, you better hope that they get me for enough that that money that they're giving you covers all that child's need, because I'm not doing nothing else outside of that. So when he got home that day, I asked him about it. I was like, you told me all this stuff about this situation, but you never told me that you was paying child support. Guys, have you ever been hit so hard that you got like an instant attitude? Like, the pain is so unbearable that you can't even cry. That's how hard that man hit me in my face. And I can't, I want to believe that he didn't close fist punch me because the argument definitely escalated. But this man hit me so hard that I got an instant attitude and I could not cry. Like I couldn't, like for the life of me, I could not cry. But whatever he did, like however the hit came, it caused me to have like a little dark spot under my eye. I'm gonna insert the picture so that you can see what I'm talking about. So he hit me, and I was like, "Yo, like I can't, like I can't do this." So I called my mom. I either called my mom or I called a cab at the time, and I took me and my daughter and I went to my mom's house. I went to my mom and I told my mom what happened. And my mom and my dad and my brothers was like so pissed off at this point. Like, I'm sick of him putting his hands on you. I'm sick of all of this. Where he at? He would then start initiate like sending threats like, I'm coming to get y'all, and anybody say something to me, tell them to come outside, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yo, I don't ever want to put my family in a line of fire to the point where they're getting hurt behind somebody. But I should have. I very well should have allowed them to kick his behind. But he came to my mom's house and him and my dad ended up getting into it. And I told him before they went out the door, like, yo, don't go out the door, let me go. And they're like, no, we going with you. I'm like, no, let me go. Because for me, I felt like I could calm him down from wherever he was at. Like, I'm going to bring him down because I want him to know that we good. I'm going to come home, we good. No, my dad, my brothers and them wasn't having it. At this point, they wanted to rumble. Like, where he at, let's go. They ended up getting into it. He left. The very next day, my daughter needed Pampers because we had to share the bank account. So I have the card. I'm ready to go swipe this card to get the money. So I goes to swipe the card. Y'all, the card declines. I'm like, why is this card declining? Like, I know that his pay stub, his pay go into this card. Why is this card declining? I go to the make machine and say, okay, maybe their stuff not working. Let me swipe it out. I go to swipe the card out to get the money to pay for the diapers. And the receipt comes out to tell me what the balance is. This man took all the money out of the account and left me with $9 in this account. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, you literally know that I have your daughter. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I have your daughter with me and she needs stuff. Why would you ever clean a bank account out to $9? Like, I can get a whole 10. I can't get the leave 15 in there. I can get the 10 and it take from the make machine fees and all that stuff, like nothing. And he thought that at that time that he was proving a point. So in that moment, I had no choice but to go back. I'm lying. I did have a choice. I could have stayed with my mom and I should have stayed with my mom, but I didn't. I allowed him to love bomb me, send me these long text messages and tell me how much he's sorry, he's so apologetic, he's gonna get help, he's going to therapy, he's going back to church, like all this stuff that he told me. And I was like, all right, cool, I'm gonna go back because again, I didn't want to break up my family and I also didn't want to look crazy. And this was all between year 1 and 2. I just didn't want to look crazy. So I stayed again and I allowed this to happen again. So just to backtrack a little bit on why I said the money wasn't adding up, let me break it down to you real quick. When I first met this man, he lived in a 2-bedroom household. The same 2-bedroom house that he lives in to this day. So he lived in a 2-bedroom house and the mortgage wasn't over $350. He had the electric rigged. One of his friends came up and rigged it, so we wasn't paying the electric bill. I was on the CAP program, so the gas was only like $30. And then, like I said, his baby mom gave us $300 for food, which lasted us through the month. He worked a good job and he got paid every single week. We didn't have car notes, we didn't have credit cards, and he didn't have car insurance. So with none of these bills, you would think that, oh yeah, they was up. Like, we should have been able to do whatever it is that we wanted to do. No, I couldn't. We couldn't do nothing. It was, oh, we need to get back to the basics. We got to do this, we got to do that. It was never ever, let's get up and take a flight here. Let's get up and do that. And not that he couldn't afford it. It's because that's just not what he was into. But he still never had money to do anything else. So we're in year, I want to say 3 or 4-ish. No, we was in year 4. And, excuse me, we're in year 4 and things kind of had slowed down with the abuse. We was talking, but he was still doing like his little sneaky stuff. I had ended up having to get my phone in his name, which was probably the worst worst thing I could have ever done in my life. So I got my phone in his name, and then I also went back to school. When I went back to school, I figured out my major was criminal justice. So during my classes, I was talking to professors that was actually in the field. So one of my professors was a lieutenant in the police department. So he told me, oh, once you get to this amount of credits, you can apply to be a police officer because you have an associate's degree. So knowing that, I took that and I was like, damn, I could be a police officer. Like, that's what I wanted to do because I always wanted to be in forensics. So working crime scenes, that's definitely what I wanted to do. So I brought the idea back to him, and he was just like, no, like, I don't think you should be no police officer. And I'm like, why? Like, I can, elevate myself. I can go and do whatever, everything that I want to do. Because after he took that money out of that account that day, I had vowed that I was never, ever, ever going to allow nobody to put me in a situation like he had put me in. So the phone is in his name. I'm in school. I out of nowhere started training to be in the police department. So I'm not a runner. Anybody that knows me, I'm not a runner. I do go to the gym a lot, and that was even when I first met him. I always was in the gym because I never wanted to be fit. So I went to the gym. So I'm working out, trying to, get in shape to get ready to go to the police department. So my first initial physical or application came through. They ranked me. I got a date. I'm about to do my physical. So I started to complain because I couldn't, like, I was so upset. Like, why wouldn't he support me? Like, why don't you want to see me become a police officer? So remember the two girls I told you about that I became friends with? I talked to one of them, and she basically told me that he told her, like, he don't want me to be a police officer because he can't protect me. And I'm like, protect me? Who are you trying to protect me from? Like, if anything, you should be protecting me from yourself. But he felt like he wanted to be a police department because he wasn't there to protect me. All right, cool. I'm now on social media a little bit more, on Facebook in particular, and I'm talking to one of my friends that I used to be cool with when I lived in my old neighborhood. So he, we DMing each other back and forth, and he calls me sweetheart. Just so happened, I went that day to go get in the shower, and Bull picked up my phone and read my text messages. So he called you sweetheart, and I'm like, what you talking about? Like, what you talking about? He's like, you got niggas in here calling you sweetheart. He think you so fucking sweet. Watch this. And I'm like, what? Like, for me, I'm in the mindset of, okay, I got to get ready for this physical that I got to take tomorrow. You got to take a written test. You got to take a physical. I'm like, all right, I got to get, ready to take the stuff. I'm not really thinking about nothing that could possibly go wrong because I already didn't have your support. So now what? This man went downstairs and got the bottle of Miss Buttersworth. He took that bottle of Miss Buttersworth and poured it on me. And when I say poured it on me, that man poured that bottle on me in my hair. Like, I smell like a freaking waffle. Like, it was syrup everywhere. He like that. He want to call you sweetheart. Tell him you real sweet now. Tell him you real sweet now. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? And all I wanted to do was like, I got to get my mind together mentally to do this physical because I'm not a runner. I got to run a 1.5. I got to do a sprint. I got to do sit. I got to do all these things. And you pour freaking syrup on me the day before my test. I went in the bathroom. I don't even think that day I cried because it was just like, I can't even cry at this point. I got to get ready for this test because I knew I had a goal. So I got up and I went and washed my hair, got myself together. The next day, I went and took that test and I failed it. And the level of defeat that I felt when I failed that test was like unbearable. Like, I was so upset. But when I went home and told him that I failed it, he was happy. He was like, I didn't really want you to do it anyway. It's dangerous out here and I can't do this and I can't do that. And I'm like, yo, but you don't understand that this is my goal. This is what I want to do. This is my goal. So after that, I found out that I was pregnant. Now, I'm thinking like, this wasn't a part of the plan because my daughter is still 4. So like, this ain't a part of the plan. So, what we going to do? The way his house was made, it was like, it had like stone, but it was like wood behind it. So somehow the wood or the stone, something started to pull away from the wall. So he kept getting fined because they like, It's pulling away from the wall, and we might have to demolish this house. Like, we got to knock it down. If we knock it down, the city knock it down, you won't have to pay for it. Right after they gave him that, because he didn't like to go to work like he was supposed to, they fired him. So now I done failed the police department. The house is about to get knocked down, and you lose your job. Luckily, he was able to get in contact with these grant writers or somebody that does the structure on homes or something. He was able to get the front of the house fixed through a grant. So it was like a $30,000 grant that they wrote him, and it came out and stuck over the front of the house, and he got that front of the house fixed. And I'm pregnant at this time. So me being pregnant and him losing his job, the first time I was like, we can't afford another baby. Like, we cannot have another baby. I got stuff that I'm trying to do, and you also don't have a job. I get rid of the baby. So after I got rid of that baby that time, everything was still what it was. We in year 4, and my sister, who messed with one of his good friends, was about to get married. So they're about to get married, and the guy, my ex, started drinking more. And when I tell you the drinking was getting bad, it started getting real bad. Like, he was drinking himself into comas, like Henny, hard, like drinking Henny real hard. So every time he would drink Henny, we would get into a fight. It just was getting bad. So I left again, and this time when I left, I got a protection order because I couldn't, I'm not dealing with this. Whatever he do, he gonna do, but I'm gonna make sure that me and my daughter is protected. So I filed for a protection order, and then I went down there and filed for child support because, again, he wasn't gonna leave me in the gym like he did the last time when he did the nut stuff. So I get the protection order, and now when they give you a protection order in Philly, they evict the man from the house. So they told me, we're gonna give you this protection order. We're gonna evict him from the property. Because you're a married couple, he has to leave the property, and you and the kids can stay there. I didn't mind because his other kids wasn't an issue for me. So I didn't mind taking care of the kids just as long as he couldn't come near us. Because, again, we lived in a 2-bedroom house. Everything that happened between us and that house, the kids heard because they were literally next door. So before they could even serve him, my sister wedding comes up. So we at the wedding, and everybody walked in the aisle, and I remember being in like a real crazy space. I'm at the altar with my sister. I'm her matron of honor, so I stood the closest to her. He's one of the groomsmen, so he's a little bit down. And my family, where he was sitting at, my family was on that first row. Like, all my uncles and them was on that first row. So the pastor is saying some things, and when I tell you it's striking a nerve, I'm literally like over there trying to keep it together because it's striking a nerve. But one of my favorite cousins was sitting right in front of me, and she saw my face, and I just was like trying to keep it together at the time. But during the time that the pastor is saying the stuff that he's saying, he's so drunk that he over there talking trash. So my uncle says to him, like, yo, chill out. Like, they trying to get through the vows and stuff, and you keep talking. He's like, man, whatever. We at the wedding. The wedding and the reception is in the same place. So during the reception, my uncle pulled him to the side, like, I've been wanting to say something to you, but now that I got you here, let's have this conversation. So they pull him to the side. Mind you, it's his friends, my uncles. I'm in the middle of it. They get to arguing, something happens, and all I know is I'm in a dress with the shoes. Like, y'all ain't gonna do nothing to him. Like, ain't none of y'all better not touch him. Leave him alone. And they like, nay, move. After all the stuff that he do to you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't care. That ain't none of your business. Mind your business. Go ahead. When in reality, I should have let him do it. I should have let them do it because, again, I'm sitting here proving myself and putting myself and my family on the line and my relationship with my family on the line for you, and you dead ass don't care about me. You dead ass don't care about me because you would have thought that right after that, things would have been better, and it wasn't. Things never got better. Things did not get better. And we in year 4. This is 2014 at this point. I'm 4 years in with this man, in this marriage. And I got my 4-year-old daughter right here. And things did not get better. Hey, y'all. So I know I didn't post yesterday, but I just wanted to come on today before I went to the next part of it and give some clarity on a few things. So we met in 2019. We got married in 2012 when I was only 21 years old. With his arm situation, because I did get that question like, oh, what did he tell you was wrong with his arm? Well, when I asked him about his arm, this man told me that he got shot with a sawed-off shotgun, and the bumps that are on his arm was from the pellets. Now, me, I don't know anything about guns, so I just went with the story until I had a conversation with his baby mom with the 3 kids, and she told me, you know, what had really happened to his arm. Like, he was born like that, and I was hoping that my son didn't have the same condition. Another question that I got a lot of was I his only victim? Like, did he just come into this relationship, or was he always abusive? And apparently he was abusive, because him and his the last baby mom had experienced the same trauma. So one of the things that we would talk about was like, damn, how am I your wife and not have the same stories, or me and your baby mom can sit at the table and trade stories about how I used to kick her behind? Like, that is just absolutely crazy to me. But you know, that was what it was. Another question that I got was, why didn't I let my uncles or my dad get at him? And the truth of the matter is, I knew that I was going back. Like, I've never wanted to go back to my mom's house. That was like a no for me. And I also never wanted him to not be around his daughter. So I knew that I was going back. And I knew up until I had enough that I was going back. So I wasn't going to allow nobody to hurt him, because again, I was always proving myself, trying to make sure that he knew that I was loyal to him and I was there for him, and nobody was going to break that. Another question that I got was, what did he tell me about his son? He never told me that he had another son. He told me that the girl blamed the baby on him and it wasn't his son. That was the story. That was it. That was all. But I kind of should have dug into it when we was getting married and we filed taxes, and the taxes never came. He never ever told me what happened to the taxes. They just never came. So apparently he was back in the rears once again, and they snatched his taxes right before we got married, like right before the wedding. What was another question that I got that I wanted to touch on? I'm trying to think. Oh, did he always have an attitude? Okay, let me just set some clarity and paint this picture so that you can understand what I went through. You know how you want to go out with your friends and you asked your mom 2 weeks before, could you go out with your friends? And she like, I don't know, let me think about it, blah, blah, blah. That's sort of kind of what I had to do. I literally had to ask this man if I can go out and try to convince him that when I was going out, I was just going out. Literally would ask him, just to try to make sense, like, oh, I really don't want to go, but I'm going to just go because it's such and such. And, she always come and support me, blah, 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 in order for him to feel comfortable with me going. Literally 2 weeks before. And even when he would be like, oh, all right, cool, you could go, or whatever his response would be, I would then have to I couldn't dress up. Like, I couldn't go out looking too glammed, looking too like I was trying to impress anybody, because that would cause an attitude. Like, he would be pissed off if I looked too cute, because I was in the house all the time. So, I'm chilling. It wasn't too much for me to get dressed. Like, I ain't had to. Like, what was I doing? I was in the house. But if I got too dressed up and he felt like I was going out to get attention from somebody else, that was a problem. There has been times where I was sitting in the club and I'm literally on my phone and I can't even engage with the person or the people that I'm with, because I'm literally in the club arguing and gotta go home and deal with whatever is about to happen when I get home, because I went out this one night. He also, you ever, I can't even say that. Have you ever? I was in a situation where my day was based off of a text message, his good morning text message. Like I said plenty of times, he got up at 3 a.m. So if I didn't get a kiss, if I did get a kiss, I also had to wait until he texts me good morning, and it'll be a long paragraph about whatever his issues was, his concerns was. And I would be up at 4:45 in the morning texting back, trying to figure out, like, what are you talking about? Like, that never happened. And like literally going back and forth with him, and that will literally ruin my day. 4:45 in the morning. And that's how my day went. And then some days, we had better days where he would take something sweet and, okay, we're going to have a good day. But he would do that. And then when I want to address the issue, it was like, oh, no, we can't address this. Let's just move forward because, I want to have whatever. Also, was he a public figure? To him, He is the big boss of North Philadelphia. Like, you ain't gonna tell this man that he ain't the Don of Philadelphia. He the biggest person. He got all of this and all of that. He wasn't a public figure. He worked with the public, if I can say that. Like, without telling y'all what he did for a living. He worked in the public. So he did things, or he transported a lot of people in the public, and he would see a lot of people in traffic. Let's just say that. And I think that was all the questions, but stay. All right, y'all, welcome to part 7 on I Married a Narcissist. So he ended up getting his job back, and with him getting his job back, he was able to get back pay, and he went and bought me a car. So he buys the car, and if you know anything about him buying his cars, he'll buy the oldest car, but because the body on the car stayed the same for a couple years, you'll think that it was the newest body car. He knows how to get the clean on and clean it up, put some rims on the tent, and it'll look like a brand new car. So he brought me the silver Lexus, just for clarity, it's a Lexus. He brought me a Lexus, and everything was good. We about to start, we start discussing getting a bigger house, because again, we lived in a 2-bedroom house. The boys are getting bigger. I got a daughter now, and we're also discussing having another child, because I said my kids were going to be 5 years apart. So my daughter is about to turn 5. We started looking at houses, and his friend, one of his good friends who have a good job, bought a house in Delaware. If you know, you know. If you know this friend, you know this friend. So he bought a house in Delaware, and he told me that the friend wife, who was a girl, the friend wife who was the girlfriend at the time, didn't like the back and forth between Philly and Delaware. So he was willing to go ahead and either like sell the house off to my husband. So he said he's gonna sell the house to my husband. I done had a party there. Like, I'm really thinking that we about to move into this big house. And when I tell you the house is big, the house was huge and beautiful at the time. The house was beautiful. And we went there a couple times. Like I said, I had a party there, all of that stuff. And I'm thinking we're about to buy this house. We never bought the house. The house never happened. Just for clarity. He took his son there, and he never bought the house. So 2 things happened in this same year. One incident was when me and my sister, like I said, I would have to ask him if I can go places 2 weeks in advance before he could say yeah and all of that stuff. Yeah. Me and my sister decided that one night we was going to go to this pole-a-thon. If you know anything about Philly and Onyx, they will always have the pole-a-thons where the girls would get up there and they would go to war, but they would kill it on these poles. So I asked him, could I go? He was like, yeah, go ahead, you can go. But why you want to go to the strip club? Like, why you, like, sir, I want to go. So I ended up going, and it started at like 8 or 9 o'clock. So that was another thing that I had to do. Like, I always would have to leave out before, because anybody know that the club don't start popping until like 10, 11 o'clock. But no, with him, I had to leave out 8, 9 o'clock and be back before 12. Just so happened this particular day, with this particular event, the girls got on the stage really, 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 really late. Like, I'm talking about 12 o'clock late. And I'm like, damn, like, I gotta get back to the house. But nevertheless, he never texted me. He never said anything to me about the time that I was out. So I went home, and I got home like maybe like a little bit before 3, and he got up to go to work around 2:30 because he had to be to work at 3:30. So he got up. I got there, and when I got there, he was sitting on a chair like he was waiting for me, like in the dark, sitting there waiting for me. So we had an exchange of words, and of course, things went left. We got into a fight. And let me just explain something about the fights, because everybody like, well, Ty, like, I know you, like, what, like, why didn't you hit that man back? I really can't tell you why I never hit that man back. Like, something in me just would not allow me to fight this man until I fought him. Like, I could not fight this man until I had enough of it, but I just would never ever fight him back. So I ended up leaving after we got into the fight that night. I ended up leaving, and he called out of work. Mind you, he just got a job, but he called out of work because he coming to my sister's house, because that's where I went to my sister's house, where his friend that he had just married was living there with my sister. Baby, I don't know what my mom told them cops, but when I tell you my sister's house was surrounded with cops, they damn near had the choppers in the air. Like, damn near had the choppers in the air. And I'm like, oh my God, mom, like, what did you say? My mom was like, no, they gonna lock him up today. I'm sick of him. Like, my mom been sick of him. Like, she was tired of him because, again, my mom wasn't abused. My mom wasn't abused, so she couldn't understand, like, girl, you never seen me get hit on. Why are you allowing this man to treat you and do you the way that you did? And I could never explain this to my mom, and I just was like, yo, y'all just need to mind your business. Like, y'all need to mind your business. And I'm telling them to mind their business, but I'm at their house, and, you know, that whole thing. So he goes, and the cops ended up leaving. They wanted me to get a protection order. I refused to get a protection order, and they leave. So this man, and it's not funny, but I just had to laugh because this is absolutely funny. This man got his friend, one of his homies, to call me the next day and tell me that he had got arrested. I instantly felt bad, like, damn, he got locked up. They was like, yeah, he got locked up, but he want to come see his daughter. I'm like, all right, cool, he come see his daughter. He waited a couple hours. I guess he had to wait time to act like he had to get processed and get released, right? He pulls up, and he got the boots, the string not in the boots. He done took the string out the hoodie. Like, I really thought that this man had got locked up. Child, nothing ever happened with the case. Like, he never told me what his charges was. He didn't tell me if he had to make bail. He didn't tell me nothing. It was never a record of this arrest. That's how crazy he was. So, again, I went back. And at this point, I'm telling him, like, all right, we can't move around. I'm like, damn, you know, we gonna make this work. We got to do the same thing. We got to do it the right way. So he like, all right, you know, his son did a lot of spending time over his brother's house. And that's how, when we would send the kids over his brother's house, that's how they were able to stay connected, because the son mom always allowed him to go over the uncle house, which in turn the brothers was there. So they always was together. So I told him, like, you know, you need to reach out to your son. Your son could come over and he could, you know, spend time with us. The first day, this little boy came to my house, and God is my witness. We got into it, and I can't even tell you what it was about because it was so many incidents where we got into it, but we got into it about something probably so little. And he closed fist punched me in my mouth. Remember I said the kids' room was literally next door to our room, and he punched me in my mouth. And I literally still got the mark because I had braces at the time, and my lip went through the brace, and I still got you can see it right here, like you see it. I still got the bruise or the scar tissue in my lip from when he bust my lip. The son was his first time over there, and his son was in it like, is this type of stuff that y'all witnessed? Like, he got so many questions, but my mouth is bleeding, and it's like a bloody massacre all over this freaking house. And I told him, like, all right, at this point, he was already leaving out the door, but I was in the process of changing the locks to his house. I literally put some stuff on my lips so I can go to the store, and I went out and I changed the locks on the door. So when by the time he got home, he couldn't get in because, again, he would get up and he would leave. I didn't know where he was going, but he would get up and leave, and then he'll come back whenever he felt like it. And I was like, oh no, not this time. You're not gonna do this. Like, mind you, this is this little boy first time ever coming here, and this what he got to see. And my face is messed up at this point, like not messed up like bruise wise, but my lip is big and I look crazy. But I made sure that day that I kept them kids protected in their house because he wasn't getting back in that day. Like, under no circumstances. He had to call me. He had to text, like, you gonna lock me out of my house. You either get locked out or you gonna get locked up. And he stayed out and tried to act like, oh, he was going to his friend's house and his friend was going to allow him to stay there for a couple days or however, whichever way it went. But at that moment, I made sure that those kids were safe and that he was locked out. Stay tuned. Good morning, y'all. Welcome to part 8 of I Married a Narcissist. Now, let me just, for clarity, let me just say this. Was there infidelity in between all of these fights and everything? Absolutely. This man was notorious for pillow talking. Any woman that he came in contact with that he swore to God was his friend, he would tell them everything, and there wasn't no limit to what he would tell them about what was going on in our relationship. I remember calling one girl phone, and let me just be clear, I was notorious for calling the phone. And not to cause an issue between me and the female, but to ask them, because his stories never added up. Like, he would say stuff, and you'll be like, well, 1 + 1 = 2. That don't make sense. So I would call these females just to ask them. And a lot of them just would tell me, like, be real forthcoming, like, oh yeah, he told me that, you know. One girl was like, you going through his phone, ain't your phone in his name? how would you know that my phone is in his name if he didn't tell you? But either way, and again, Susie popped up a couple times, and I didn't understand why Susie kept popping up, because Susie was straight. Then Susie liked girls for a minute, and then Susie came back and had a kid, but that was like a couple years after. But Susie was notorious for Twitter. She will always take the Twitter to, I guess, express or call herself taunting me about him, when, sis, you want this life, you can have it at this point. So remember I said we decided that when my daughter turned 5 that we was going to have another baby. I had started working for this company called Health, and I was making good money. And I think that he always had an attitude about me going to work because he didn't want me to elevate beyond him. Like, he always wanted me to be dependent upon him. So I started working at Health, and after I would get off work, because I didn't have like a morning schedule, like my schedule was all over the place, I still was required to come home from work and cook. So I still had to come home and cook. I used to get up in the morning, take my daughter to school, which was like near his job, and then still had to hop on the expressway and go to work. He did not assist me at all. It was me figuring it out, because again, he had to be to work at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and whatever had to be done, had to be done. The only thing he was willing to do was pick my daughter up, because his job was down the street from my daughter's school. All right. So now we're in 2014 going into 2015. We decided that for our, I think that was like probably year 3 or year 4 wedding anniversary, that we was going to go to Punta Cana. We was going to Punta Cana. So we planned the trip. Everything was cool. We get to Punta Cana, and we had a really, really good time. I'm not even going to hold you. It was a time that we had. We had a time. And at the time, I had planned like, all right, well, remember we got married on his birthday. So I'm like, all right, my cycle was supposed to come on. So I'm like, all right, I prepared. I took everything I needed to take, because again, I did not want this to mess up his birthday or our anniversary. So we get there, and my cycle don't come on. So I said a little stuff like, oh my God, I might be pregnant. And, he thought that I was playing. He really didn't say nothing. I'm like, all right, cool. So the moment we landed probably like 5 o'clock. I went to the store. I went to the pharmacy and got a test. Go get the test. I'm scared. And I'm like, you probably wouldn't understand. Like, why would you be scared? That's your husband. I was scared. And I knew that, I don't know. I just feel like I just knew that I wasn't going to get the response that I wanted. So I was legit scared. I go to the test, and it's positive, y'all. I was pregnant. Like, literally 2 hours coming off of a trip in Punta Cana, I found out that I was pregnant. Now, again, we had already decided that if I had got pregnant, because my daughter was turning 5, that we was going to have this baby. We're about to have a baby. So throughout my pregnancy, I worked throughout my entire pregnancy, and like getting towards the end of my pregnancy, I want to say like around about July, we goes to find out the gender. I really didn't care what the gender was, because I already knew this man only made boys, because he had 4 boys at this point. I'm like, I got my daughter. What's the likelihood of me having another girl? Either way, we was already too far in. We having this baby. I ended up finding out that I was having a boy. So now I got my girl and my boy. After we found out we was having, August rolls around, and he lost his job again. 2 times he done lost his darn job. So he loses his job. I'm still working, and we getting towards the end of my pregnancy, and I'm about to go out on maternity leave from my job. We get into an argument about the gifts that I got at my job's baby shower. Just the stupidest thing. We got into it about that. So I'm like, bro, like we're not arguing about this. Like, we're not arguing about this. Mind you, my entire pregnancy, I only gained 7 pounds. So the entire pregnancy, I wasn't eating. I wasn't like, I don't know, for some reason when I was pregnant with my son, I just didn't eat. I didn't have an appetite. We would go out, we would have date nights, and it would kind of be like a waste of time, because I literally couldn't eat. I would take like 2 spoonfuls or something, and I just did not eat my food. So we got into an argument, and he choked me. And I'm like, yo, you choking me and I'm pregnant with your son. Like I'm 9 months pregnant. Literally can go in there any day now, and you on this thing choking me with this baby. So that time I fought back because all I'm thinking about is my baby, like my baby, my baby, my baby. So so I did manage to get away from him at the time, and in my route to get away from him, I'm like trying to run down the steps, and I trip and fall down the steps. Instant attitude, but the boys was at the bottom of the steps sitting on the couch watching TV, and they came over to make sure that I was okay. All right, that was that. I ended up having my son in December. Remember I said both my kids' birthdays is in December. He came a little early. He was due December 20th, which would have been after my daughter's birthday, but he ended up coming December 5th. Labor was fine. I probably was in labor for about 3 hours, like probably 3 to 4 hours I was in labor. Coming from the time that I first felt the first contraction. He was there, labor was fine. Like labor went phenomenal. He was there, he held my son, like everything was cool. We're going into 2016. I started to deal with depression, postpartum depression. I took off another extended leave from work, and I just started to feel the postpartum depression, not because of the kids. Like, that postpartum depression where you feel like, oh, you don't want to be around your kids. No, I gravitated towards my kids. I just feel like I didn't want to go back to work and not be able to care for my kids. I would feel like a terrible mom. So I decided to take an extended leave. But in my mind, I'm not the same person. I knew I was not the same person. And I kept telling him, like, yo, I'm not the same person. You gonna lose your wife. And I'm not saying that you're gonna lose your wife as if I'm gonna leave. I'm telling this man, you gonna lose your wife, because I was literally losing my mind. Like, I can't even explain what I was feeling, but I knew I wasn't myself anymore. And I'm telling him, like, I needed help. But instead of him, like, I was on his insurance, he could have just called the insurance, he could have got me therapy, he could have did anything he could have did. Mind you, I'm still in school too. So I'm in school getting my bachelor's degree, and I'm working full time. I got 2 kids now, well, 5 at this point. I got 5 kids now that I live in the same house with. We're still in this 2-bedroom house, and I still got to be a mom, a wife. It was just so much going on that I literally was losing my mind. And I told him, like, yo, I need help. Like, I need help. You wouldn't believe what he did. I'll get back to that after I get off of work. Hey y'all, welcome to part 8 of I Married a Narcissist. So prior to me having my son, and that's going to DR, I had filed divorce for the first time. This was in 2015. So prior to us going to DR, when I got back from DR, I found out I was pregnant. We had the doctor's appointment, the initial appointment, and then when we got back from the initial appointment, the judge had approved me to get a divorce. Now, if you know anything about PA, we're a Commonwealth state. So because we're Commonwealth, they literally take a long time to approve anything that has to do, especially with divorce. Like, you got to get approval to file it. You got to wait a couple weeks, get another approval, serve the person. It's a lot, to the point where you'll be like, all this money in is like, all right, we just gonna stay married because it's taking too long and you ain't even got time for it. So I filed for divorce. I got an approval. No, I didn't go through with the divorce. One night, we decided to have like a little date night, and we left the older brother's home with the kids. Now, when we left them home with the kids, my daughter, being her, she decides that she want to go play in the grease. And y'all know how kids are when they play in the grease. Anybody that got kids, y'all know that grease phase is like, they have grease and they have that grease everywhere. So my daughter playing with the grease. We come home, sis got the grease everywhere, like everywhere. So he gets so upset that he decides the oldest son that was in the house at the time, not the oldest son, but the oldest son that was in the house at the time, he got in trouble. So he punched in on him or whatever, and he got in trouble, but he punched on him, and he broke his arm. Like, he hit him so hard once, and wherever he hit him, he ended up breaking his arm. So he messed up. Like, he broke the arm that's messed up. So we goes to the hospital because he like, yo, he's in so much pain that we go to the hospital. So they ended up putting him in the cast or whatever, and now he's on perks for the pain. So they put him on the perks, and he was taking them at first. Like, first he was taking them just for the pain, but then he started taking them for recreation. So now I got somebody that's on perks and just not all the way there. All right. So after that, now that he's on the perks, during that same time, the car dies. The silver Lexus that he bought me died. And I was kind of happy that it did die, because if you know our relationship, anytime he would buy me something and I would decide to leave or decide to do something against what he wanted me to do, he always would take back what he gave me. So when the car died, I'm like, all right, cool. Now I could go out and buy my own car. He had took my phone one time, and when he took the phone, I was like, you can keep that phone. I'm going to get a phone in my own name. So I ended up getting the phone in my name. So now I got my phone and my car in my name. But the car situation, me getting the car in my name was kind of harder because I didn't have any payment history. Y'all know how they be like, oh, let's see how good your payment history is to see if you know how to pay your bills or whatever. I didn't have nothing in my name. I didn't have a car note. I didn't have a mortgage. All I had was my student loans and my credit cards. So, and I wasn't making payments on my student loans because I was still in school. So I ended up getting a car. It was a terrible interest rate, but I ended up getting me a car. It was the Gold GS. Remember, I said the Gold GS. All right. So now I get the Gold GS. He was happy about it. Like, oh, yeah, you got your car, blah, blah, blah. He couldn't wait to do whatever he needed to do with this car. So my graduation is coming up. And I'm like, I wasn't even happy about my graduation. Like, I'm graduating from college with my bachelor's degree, and I was not happy about my graduation. So I'm also, like, a few things happened. I was graduating, I was leaving my job, and then I was also reapplying to go into the police department. So all of this is happening, and I just had a baby, right? So I'm not happy about my graduation. I'm just there at this point. The graduation went fine. He bought me some shoes. Of course, we got into an argument about something, and he gave me the shoes as a gift to apologize or whatever. So after my graduation, now my birthday's coming up, my 27th birthday. And for me, my birthday is my new year. So on my new year, I like to change a couple things. And I was, kind of suspicious about some things with him because he really, really started acting different. I had left, like I said, I was leaving AmeriHealth and I was going to CBH. If you know anything about CBH, it is the mental health part of if you have Medicaid, it is the mental health part of your insurance. So I started working there after I left AmeriHealth. And I'm telling him, like, yo, you moving different, you acting funny, like, what's up? He like, it ain't nothing going on. I don't know what you talking about. You tripping, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yo, us as women, we know our men, right? We know when the ain't the same. Like, we know. And to me, it was like, who am I doing this with? Because this ain't my man. Like, you need to go find my man because this ain't it. And I'm going to insert the text message that he sent me when I asked him about this. Like, and you can pause it to read it or whatever because it's a little lengthy. But this is what he told me when I asked him about, his movement or whatever. So on my birthday, we get into it on Penn's Landing. So, and I don't even know what we got into it about. Like, I really couldn't even tell you. It was something so stupid. And it probably was because my birthday wasn't something that I wanted to do. It was always what he wanted to do. And because he was 11 years older than me being 27, you are 39, 38 at this point, there's nothing that's fun about it. I just did not enjoy my birthday. So the next day, he came home that night. And the next day I went to the laundromat. And while I was washing the clothes, of course, you don't wash some of the clothes. You don't dry some of the clothes so they was wet. So I went home, he got the bags out the car, and I'm like, yo, go get the wet clothes out the car because it's heat. My birthday is in June, so it's hot. You don't want the clothes to, get messed up or whatever. So everybody acting weird. Like, everybody in the house was acting weird. And I just couldn't see why they was acting weird. Now, granted, he had expanded the house. He had put the boys in the basement, and my daughter took the boys' room. So they, like, everybody walking there still like they walking on eggshells and they just acting weird. I'm like, what is wrong with everybody? But I ain't really paying it no mind. So I hear somebody beeping the horn, like aggressively. So I'm like, who is that out there beeping the horn like that? Child, it was the kid's mother. It was the kid's mother. And I'm like, so nobody was going to tell me that she was coming to get the kids? Because, again, me and her, ain't no secret, we wasn't seeing eye to eye. Like, me and her ain't get along at all. It was always some back and forth with me and her, but it wasn't never like, it was always like, it could be what it's going to be. But you pulling up, and I'm outside getting the clothes, and you pull up aggressively like the way she did. Like, how you thought that was going to go? All right, so me and him getting into an argument because I felt like, that's something that you could have communicated with me, like, yo, she coming to get the boys, blah blah blah. But instead, y'all was being sneaky about it, and I just didn't understand why y'all was being sneaky about it. So me and him have an argument, and I'm like, yo, at this point, like, I'm gonna take this, like, I'm out. Like, I had my own phone at this point. My phone is in my name. I got my car at this point. Like, I got a job. I work for CBH at this point. Like, I don't really need this. Like, I'm out. So he comes upstairs while I'm folding the clothes. I got my son in my arm, and I'm folding the clothes. I'm about to take the clothes and put them in the closet. And he goes, I'm sick of your effing threats, and slaps me. So when he slapped me, the clothes went flying, and so did the baby. At that moment, like, I swung back that time. Like, I was over it. I swung back that day. And we got into a little tussle. He ended up walking out. Cool. Now I'm out. I took as much clothes as I could fit in this little bag for me and my kids, and I left. Good morning, y'all. Welcome to part 10 of I Married a Narcissist. So I moved out, and took me and my kids, and we stayed in the hotel for 2 weeks because I didn't know where I was going. But again, I knew I wasn't going back to my mom's, so I knew I had to get my own stuff. And with the help of one of my good girlfriends, thank you, girl, she helped me get into this apartment, and real nice apartment. I felt like me moving into this apartment, I would be safe, because you had to, like, all the doors was locked. You needed a badge to get into everything. The parking lot, it had 24-hour security, so I felt like, okay, this was safe, and it was close to my kids' school, so it was like everything just matched up. So on one day, I told him that I had found a place, and that I was coming past to get my stuff. So I goes to go get my stuff from this man, and he literally took everything that he bought me. And when I say everything that he bought me, I'm talking about bras and oils. This man took my bras. Now, anybody that know me is like, why would you take my bras? Like, nobody fits the same size bras as me. Like, I wear 36J. Who wears that size? Like, anybody that wears a size, comment and say, oh, that's the size I wear. Because I just want to know how many women wear that size. But he was so damn petty that he took my bras. So I was like, all right, bet. I went upstairs, I'm picking my stuff up. I see my bras is missing. I'm like, yo, what's up with my bras? He's like, oh, I paid for them. Oh, you did? And so did I pay for all these polo shirts in here. So I kindly took some scissors, and I clipped every damn horse off of all the shirts that was in the line in that damn closet. I was tired. I was done. So I take my stuff. I leave and move to my apartment. He was like, he called me like maybe a day or two later, because remember, we still married. He like, when you get a chance, I want to talk to you. And I'm like, talk to me about what? He's like, some few things I need to come clean about. I said, okay. So I ended up meeting with him at at the park. We was at the park, and he was like, when you said that I was losing you, I thought that I was really going to lose you. I'm like, what you mean you thought you was going to lose me? Mind you, we used to watch Love and Hip Hop, and around this time, Kirk was cheating on Rashida. So we used to literally sit there and talk about how Kirk was cheating on Rashida, how pissed off we was. Like, we really was pissed off, and like engaging in conversation about if that had happened in our relationship, how we would handle it. But he goes to tell me that he had met this girl when he was at work one day. Remember, I told you that he said, I ain't got to worry about the girls at his job. He told me he met this girl when he was at work one day. He used to, drop her off at B&O, and she slid him his number one day. I said, she slid you her number. He was like, yeah, she slid me. So after he said that she slid him his number, now I got all these questions, because I'm like, what you mean she slid you her number? She slid me her number after she had went into Dunkin' Donuts before she got on the train, and I bought her, I paid for her food. So instantly I catch your attitude, because we're like, sir, you spending money on bitches? Like, that's where we at. We spending money on bitches. So I am pissed. But again, his story's not adding up. So I started doing some digging. Now, mind you, I got the passcode to the T-Mobile account and all that stuff. I'm digging at this point. Now I'm going to find this girl number. I'm going to find out what happened. So he trying to act like, it was over, blah, blah, blah. He didn't want to talk to her no more. All right, cool. I called this girl phone. I did. I told you I was notorious for calling phones, because I just wanted to know what happened. So I called her phone, and I'm like, this is such and such wife. I know that you guys had an encounter. Could you tell me, like, what happened? Like, what's the thing with y'all? She was like, He came, he came to try to talk to me. I was getting on his thing, and at his job, I met him at his job, and he tried to talk to me. So I was like, so how long have y'all been talking? Now he told me that they had only talked for like a total of 2 weeks, which kind of was around the time that I had left the house, between the time I left the house up until the time I had got my apartment. So I was like, okay, I was kind of like not really mad about it, but then she was like, well, if you count the amount of time that he reached out to me, then yeah, it'll be like a total of 2 weeks. I said, what you mean by when he reached out to you? She was like, well, we started talking back in March. I was living in the house in March. So which means that you was outside when you went to work doing stuff, then coming back in the house kissing me goodnight. Like, I could never understand it. So she was like, so he would call me, and then I went talk to him for like 2 weeks, and then he would pop up again, and then I would talk to him again. And I was like, girl, what did you think was happening? She was like, he did tell me that y'all was having issues, and he wasn't sure what was going to happen between y'all, but every time he would pop up, we would talk or whatever. And I just got irritated with her, because I'm like, girl, if this man keep popping up and then he disappear, why do you keep then letting him pop up again? Like, you got but so many times to play with me. Anybody got but so many times to play with me before I like, dog, go home to your wife, because then you playing too many games. So that was that. So he tried to convince me that it wasn't nothing, and he apologized and this, that, and the third. But again, this story is not adding up. It's not adding up. So I end up finding out where the girl worked at. Yeah, I found out exactly where she worked at. And lo and behold, me and her had a person in common on Facebook. It was her cousin, y'all. I had her cousin in common. So I called, of course, me being me, I reach out to the cousin, like, yo, what's up with your folks? Like, she clearly having an affair with my husband. Like, what's up with her? And she was like, oh my God, like, our family, like, that's very, we don't do that in my family. Like, the way that their culture is, they're not supposed to do stuff like that. So come to find out, she worked at DHS. Remember, I told you I worked at CBH. So she worked at DHS. We both city workers at this point. So I'm like, the audacity of this man. Like, are you serious right now? Like, you really went and found somebody that worked with... Okay, cool. So I got to the point where I had like a little breakdown at work. And I had to get sent home from work because I could not keep it together. Like, I had so much going on. I done moved into a new apartment. I done found out that my husband was cheating on me. Like, and at this point, I done failed my damn master class. Like, I'm in my master program. I done failed the damn class. And I'm also under investigation by the police department because I passed that test too, that physical, and now I'm in the rankings to become a police officer. So I'm under full investigation at this point with the police department. So he goes and, sorry. So we talking one day, and I guess the cousin must have told somebody in the family, and the family reached out to the girl. So I'm on the phone with him one day at work, and the girl called my phone. So she like, hey, I heard that you were looking for me. And I'm like, sis, I ain't looking for you because I got your address. I ain't got to look for you. So she was like, yeah, well, the way, he reached back out to me. Mind you, after he told me that he had talked to this girl and that he would never talk to her again, he reached out to her again. So I'm like, she was like, he was the one that sent me flowers to my job. Like, I didn't. I said, he did what? He sent me flowers to I said, how did he send you flowers to your job? She said, I had a presentation at my job the first day that we met. I told him where I worked at, and he bought me flowers to my job. Then she was like, she's got a little slick in her mouth. If it's something, I'm not hard to find, and blah, blah, blah. I said, bet. Now I'm on my way to your house. So I get off of work. I go pick up my kids, go drop my kids off at my mom's house, and I'm in front of this girl's door. Like, literally, my oldest sister had her address, and my oldest sister told my mom, like, Mom, she rented that girl's house. Go get her. And my mom and my sister ended up pulling up on me while I was sitting outside this girl's house. Like, I went and knocked on her door, everything. Come outside, and at this point, let's have a conversation. Like, let's talk it face to face, because clearly you popped it on the phone, so let's talk face to face. So her cousin called me, the same cousin that gave me the drop on her, called my phone like, girl, if you're in front of her door, leave because she just called the cops. And I'm thinking, like, it didn't dawn on me at the time, like, you dummy, you are under investigation for the police department. You really about to risk it off over this man that, again, he don't care about you because he on the phone. Oh, he on the phone. Like, he is on the phone with me the whole time I'm outside this girl door. And then, like, and it didn't dawn on me, like, dummy, he clearly don't care, because anybody that cares about you, he would have at least came to, like, remove you from the situation. Like, girl, remind you, like, babe, it's not there. I was tripping. It'll never happen again. But clearly, you reached back out to this girl again and try to get her to coerce your story. That was the first time. That was the first time that I found out while I was in the house with him. So I'm on my way to work. So stay tuned, and I'll get y'all the next episode when I get off.
Only thing I can say, bro, is, oh my God. I mean, she was young. He was, 10 years older than her, 11 years or whatever she said. But still, bro, like, I'm still stuck on the fact that the nigga told you in the beginning, hey, if you have that fucking baby, you're going to be a single baby mama. Then he put a fucking gun to your head. Like, come on. And all you said was, okay, if that's what we doing, cool. You feel me? You should let your uncles beat his ass, all type of shit. So we just going through the motion. Hey, man, y'all like it? I love it. Ladies, you like it? I love it. Let's go.
So I stopped it when I found out that he was cheating. So right after I found out that he was cheating, he decided that, he wanted to make it work. He was so apologetic, and we was going to figure this out. So I allowed him to come and stay with me in my apartment. And when I tell you, you would have thought that this was his apartment, that he was paying bills, and this man never paid a bill in my apartment. But I would let him stay there. He was like, no matter what, no matter how many questions you got, I'm gonna answer all your questions. I'm gonna make you feel secure. Like, he just said all of this stuff. So every time I would bring it up, oddly, it turned into an argument, which, okay, it didn't make sense. So at the time, I went back down there to refile for the divorce. So when you file for divorce, you don't go straight through with it the first time. They make you come back and reinstate your petition. So I went back down there to reinstate my petition. And while I was down there, I saw one of the sheriffs was a guy that I went to high school with. He had, like, the biggest crush on me when we was in high school. So, we started chopping it up or whatever. So he told me what floor I had to go on, asked me what's going on. We exchanged numbers. So after we exchanged numbers, we was real, real cool. So I'm like, telling him what was going on because he was going through something with his girlfriend. And then I tried to get him to meet my baby father, my husband at the time. So he was like, no, I don't want to meet him. Like, he got other motives and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how could you say that when you literally just cheated on me? So me and the guy, we got really, really close or whatever. And out of nowhere, this man just started acting crazy. I'm talking about my husband started acting crazy. So he barges into my apartment one day, and he like, you F that nigga, you F that nigga. I'm like, bro, I did not. I never had sex with this man. And like, yes, you did, yes, you did, yes, you did. And I know because of this, and this. I'm like, you all wrong because I didn't. At the time, I didn't. But this man goes and punches a hole in the wall in my apartment. I'm gonna insert the picture of the hole in the wall. Now I'm pissed off because I'm like, yo, I'm gonna have to pay for that. Like, you don't pay nothing in this apartment, but I'm gonna have to pay for that. So he left or whatever. He told me he's gonna pay for it. He never ever paid for this hole that was in this wall, but I ended up having to pay for the hole in the wall. So based on my career situation, I went through my lie detector, get to psych, ended up failing. After I failed my psych at that time, I'm like, forget it. I'm not going back through this stuff again with the police department. I just gave up at that point. But I'm still in my program to complete for my master's degree. So right after that, again, we back at it. And then we in what I want to say 2019. 2019, I'm still living in my apartment. And like I said, because I had got away from him, it wasn't too much that he could do to hurt me no more. Like, I was able to either not answer his phone calls. I ain't had to see him. Like, as long as you taking care of your kids, I'm good. Well, we're in 2019, and this man and his drug use is just getting out of hand. Like, when I tell you, at first it was the drinking. Now it's we worry about pills now. So this man is like in and out with the pills, and it's like he texting me, and it's like it looked like a fucking jigsaw puzzle. Like, all of this stuff is happening with this man and these pills. But he also telling me like, all right, I want to make this work, so let's go to counseling, let's go to therapy. I'm like, okay, we go to therapy. But I told him like, all right, we gonna go to therapy, let's go to therapy, and I'm gonna make it so that it's not a biased situation. Let's get a male therapist. Like, let's go talk to a male therapist. So we get in front of the male therapist, and the therapist is asking us, what are some of the problems that we're running into, and we running down stuff that's happening. And I just went to outline all the nut stuff that he had done to me. And this man walked out of the therapy session. Like, the therapist is looking at him sideways at this point, and this man get up and walk out of the therapy session. And I'm like, and he left. Mind you, he get in his car and he left. Can't leave me because I got my own car at this point, but he get up and he left. So I'm like, how do you call yourself wanting to make this work, but you don't want to do the work to make it work? He could not answer me. Like, he could not answer me. He could not tell me what his logic behind it was, because in his brain, as long as he apologized, we never had to revisit the things that he did. We could just always move forward, and we never had to go back to that place. But it's like, yo, do you ever want to address how we got here? Like, why I feel the way that I feel? Because again, at that time, I made a promise to myself that if we move forward, I was never going to be faithful to him ever again. Like, I'm never going to be faithful to you ever again. So you might as well just sign his divorce papers. So after he walked out of the therapy session that day, I mailed him the petition for the divorce. Y'all, I'm going to show y'all what he sent me, the cover of what he sent me. But this man went through all my whole petition and signed different people's names. And I'm not talking about like different people. I'm talking about different celebrity names. Kanye West, Jay-Z, Diddy. Like, literally on every single last one of my papers, I had a different artist on my fucking paperwork. Like, he literally played in my face. And then on the cover, he sent me this paper, and I'm going to insert the picture. And this is what he said. And I'm like, yo, at this point, I'm like stuck, because he's not trying to allow me to get my divorce. And he's literally playing in my face. So at that moment, like, I literally felt stuck, and I went through like this real deep depression. And I think that I've never been this depressed ever in my life. And I was depressed. So now we are in around Christmas time, because with him, when it get cold outside, that's when he decides that he wants to be a family. So it's Christmas time, and he wasn't getting the emotion that he wanted from me, of course. So, I had to do everything that I needed to do for my kids to make sure that they still had a good Christmas. So right before Christmas came, he comes over, and we ended up getting into it because he felt like he's been doing everything that he's supposed to do. He's been answering all my questions, and again, I'm still not giving him no motion. He put his hands on me, or he screamed at me or something. And all I know is my son, who loves and adores this man at the time, took his fire truck and threw it at him. And at that moment, I'm like, yo, this is like becoming too much, because first it was my daughter. My daughter never ever got in the middle of us fighting. But now my son, as a little boy, feels like he needs to protect his mom. And he was going to do whatever he needed to do to protect his mom from harm. And right after that, he left. So Christmas comes after he left, and he showed up for my kids on Christmas. And I'm also in this with inserting the text message that he sent me about why he didn't come to Christmas for my kids. Hey y'all, welcome to part 12 of I Married a Narcissist. So after I found out about all the cheating stuff, and I tried to file for divorce or whatever, I ended up leaving CBH and I went to my current job. So when I first started working there, I got this case, and the case was kind of crazy. But when you work with children and youth services, you always get crazy cases. But this one particular case, the dad on the case, I started talking to the dad, and we gonna just call him SP. So I started talking to SP, and while I was dealing with him, like I said, remember I told y'all, I already had decided that I was never being faithful to my ex anymore. Like, no matter what he did, I was never being faithful to him. So I started dealing with SP or whatever, and me and SP, we had like a really cool relationship. Like, when I tell you this man was all that, he was all that. Like, he took me out of my comfort zone. He was definitely there to console me through a lot of stuff that I was going through. He was just somebody that I could go to and talk to about the stuff that I was going through with my ex. Now, granted, he had his own situation or whatever. Like I said, he had a case with children and youth services, so that could tell you a lot. But he definitely wasn't one of them people that needed that, because he was real. He was a thorough person. So I met him when he was like 35. He was 35 at the time. I was 28, about to turn 29. So I meet him or whatever, and like, again, stuff is not going good with me and my ex, but stuff with me and SP was even better. So we was dating, and we was out, we went to the games, like we did everything together. And I wholeheartedly appreciated this man, because again, he came to me at a time when I was in my darkest place, and he made sure that he was there. Just make sure y'all remember SP throughout this whole story, because SP definitely played a really big role in everything that happened. So now we in 2000, and I said 19, that's where I was at. 19, I moved into another apartment up on Henry Ave. It's called Summit Park. So I'm moving to Summit Park, and we are like, I took my kids to DR for their birthday to the Nickelodeon Resort, and I came back, and then my cousins had his 30th birthday in Riviera Maya. So I come back, mind you, my ex-husband didn't go with us to DR. So when I came back, I left the kids with him, hopped on a plane, and went to Riviera Maya. So he was hot. Like, when I tell you, he was so mad, he was so mad. But at this point, Dad, be a dad to your kids. Watch your kids. I'm outside. Like, watch your kids. You act like you don't know how to do things with me. Be a father to your kids at this point. So I left them with him. Went, Christmas rolls around. I get extremely sick. Like, when I tell you, everybody that went on that trip was sick. We all was sick, and we didn't know why we were sick. So now we in 2020. Now we in 2020. The beginning of 2020, like I said, we were sick. This part is a little bit tough. Beginning of 2020, my grandfather passed away. So when my grandfather passed away, my family haven't experienced a loss in our immediate family since 1998. So when my grandfather passed away, it kind of hit really, really hard because my grandfather actually passed away on my grandmom's birthday. The craziest thing ever. He passed away on my grandma's birthday. So when they called us and told us that my grandfather was like, he was gone or whatever, I went over to the house, one of my uncle's house that he was staying in. All my cousins, my mom, everybody was there. And I called my ex-husband at the time because I had my kids with me, but I didn't let my kids come in the house where all of this, like where my grandfather's corpse was. I had them sitting outside. So I called them, and mind you, again, I never experienced a loss that close to me. So at that time, I didn't know how I felt. So he asked me several times, like, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm like, I'm not okay, but I'm not, like, I didn't know how I felt, but I don't need you to keep, are you okay in me either. So he really didn't, he did nothing. Like, he came around, but then he came around and like one day he came and my sister was there. My sister, she had just got out and she was there and he was just like being weird or whatever. So we like, I just like, what I needed from him, he didn't give me. So SP came, like right after he pulled off or whatever, because we got into it or whatever. SP pulled up or whatever, and SP was like, I'm not going, like, you're not going to be sad. Like, let's go. We out. So he took me out or whatever just to get my mind off of everything. And I'm telling you, every day during the planning of my grandfather's funeral, SP came to my grandma's house, made sure that I was cool, and my ex was nowhere to be found. Like, we were still married at the time. So the 2 days after my grandfather passed away, we had to, me and my coworker, Ebony, rest in peace, love you, baby. Ebony, we had to go all the way out Johnstown. So Johnstown is 5 hours away from Philadelphia. So I get up in the morning, we go to Johnstown to do this visit, and me and him, like, on the way there, we going back and forth or whatever, because he just felt like, I don't even know what he was feeling. Like, and when I tell you what he told me, his excuse for his actions, you're going to be like, this man is really, really crazy. So we texting back and forth or whatever, we into it, and I get home. Come back from 5 hours away. He didn't text me until I got, like, when I was on my way back. So I felt some type of way because I'm like, yo, I left out of here 3 o'clock in the morning. I went 5 hours away. You never text me to ask me if I was okay. Never to tell me that you love me, nothing. And mind you, we in the mountains, so we really not getting phone services. But I knew for a fact that he never ever called to check on me. So I get back, y'all. And he kind of like brushed past me and was like, I'ma holler at you. Like, you gonna holler at me? I'ma holler at you. Left out the door. I goes in my room. His wedding band is on the dresser. When I tell you this was like some stuff that I've seen on Lifetime, like, you literally left me 2 days after my grandfather passed away. Mind you, I've been telling you for months that I didn't want to mess with you. Like, I'm cool. I didn't want to deal with you. I don't want. So I had been telling him for months, like, I'm cool. I don't want to make this work. Like, go ahead. Now, he still decided that he wanted to insert himself. So if you want to insert yourself, at least I could use you to babysit these kids. Because at this point, I'm on flights. I'm taking trips. I'm outside. So he left my apartment and he didn't say nothing to me. So that same week was my grandfather's funeral. He didn't show up to my grandfather's funeral. I'm literally driving down Broad Street on my way to my grandfather's funeral when I had to drop my kids off at my cousin's house so that they could watch my kids so I can go to my grandfather's funeral. And I'm like, yo, that's the most effed up thing you could have ever did to me, because when I needed you at that moment, you wasn't there. You wasn't there. So I don't know how we ended up working through that. I don't know what was going through my brain, but we ended up working through that, and he ended up coming back, staying in my apartment. So my thing is, if you in my apartment, right? If you staying in my apartment, you need to, whatever you're doing, you need to then cut it off, right? Because you pursuing me. So you need to be cutting it off. You need to make sure that it ain't nothing going on or nothing. So one night, we in the bed or whatever. He get up to go to work. While he go in the shower, I know how long it take him to get in the shower. So I go through the phone again. This is when iPhones made the hidden folder. I hit the hidden folder, y'all. So I hit the hidden folder and I see all these pictures. I'm talking about pictures of chicks with they nudes and like everything. And you wouldn't believe that when he left me that night, that day that he left me and left his ring on the dresser, he goes outside and immediately calls Susie. So he back on the phone, like him and Susie back messing with each other. He back with Susie. So I hit the group chat with him and his friends. Baby, the group chat. I hit the group chat. I'm gonna tell y'all what was in the group chat. I was about to go to bed, but then I realized story was getting good and hot. So let me just get back to giving y'all the tea. I'm literally drinking some tea. So just to clear up a couple things. Somebody asked me about my bra size. Yes, I do wear 36J. I'm not fat. I just got big boobs. I'm not fat at all. And also let me just clear this up. When I started to talk to SP, I had his case. I transferred the case to another worker, and then me and him just kept talking, and then we ended up dealing with each other. That was me and SP. So back to the story, back to the tea. So I go to the phone. I went to the hidden photos. I see pictures of chicks with boobs and butt pictures, a picture of Susie in there. Then another picture with the chick that I had, the first chick that I found out he was cheating on me with. And I'm like, yo, like really? So while I'm in there, I'm trying to go fast now because I know it take him like a good 15, 20 minutes to come out the bathroom. So I'm trying to hurry up. Go to the to his Instagram page. And his Instagram page, his two friends. Remember the one I was telling you about? They had the house in Delaware that he was supposed to buy the house off? Him and his brother were both of his best men at our wedding. They're both married. So they all in the group chat, and I see the stuff that they sending, the stuff that he's sending. So I'm flipping back and forth between the Instagram group chat and the group chat on his phone. When I tell you, all of them was cheating. So to the wife of the husband of my ex-husband's friend that live in Delaware, they got 2 jobs in Philly, your husband was cheating on you too. So anyway, he comes out the bathroom. I approach him with him like, dang, so this is what we doing, right? So he like, man, that's not mine, such and such sent that. Mind you, when I tell you this man was willing to throw anybody under the bus that he had to prove his innocence, that man was throwing his homies under the bus left and right. I'm like, what? Like, mind you, we added, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, we 4 o'clock in the morning. He literally had to call out of work. So we going back and forth or whatever. And then I find out that he's talking to Susie again. So after I found out he's talking to Susie, it was this one person that stood out to me because I'm good with dropping the name in Cash App. So I'm seeing the numbers, dropping them in Cash App to get their names or whatever. So the one girl that sent her boobs, I'm like, oh, bet, let me call her because I want to know why. What possessed you to send my married husband that clearly he claims he was telling these girls that he wanted to be with his wife and blah, blah, blah. So if you wanted to be with me, you knew you wanted to be with me. Why was you, sending him pictures of your boobs? All right, so I called her first. Now, she answered, and I'm like, yeah, this such and such wife. I seen, what's the situation with you and my husband? So she was like, oh, no. She goes, oh, no, I work with him, and I know his son, and this, that, and the third, and all that. Okay, I'm like, okay, all right. I'm gonna talk to you later. But then she ended up hanging the phone up on me, so I really couldn't, I guess she felt like it's too early in the morning for this. She didn't want to talk. So he also was talking to Susie again. So when I asked him about why was he talking to Susie, he gonna say, I was trying to get some bundles for you for your hair. Now Susie wears full wigs. Like I'm talking about wigs from the hair store, and they always look like helmets on her head. I don't wear wigs. So why would you ever asking somebody about bundles for me? The bust down is mine. The middle part is mine, and it ain't leaving. So why would you go ask her, somebody that wears helmet, like her wigs literally sits up on top of her head, and you gonna ask her about hair from me. Cool. He left. He ended up leaving because it got real heated in here. He ended up leaving, and I called one of the wives, one of the husband's wives. So I'm calling her. I'm like, yo, they being foul again. Do me a favor. When he get home, ask him to see his phone so we can put the pieces to this text message back. So what I did was, I also forgot this part. When I was in there, when I was in his phone, I was taking pictures with my phone. So you can delete it out your phone. You can delete whatever you want out your phone, but you can delete nothing out mine. So while he was in the thing, I'm taking pictures of everything. So when he got home from work, when her husband got home from work, she, got his phone or whatever, and we started comparing the text message, trying to see what part was missing because we wanted to put this stuff together too. All right. So we ended up putting it together. That husband got in trouble with his wife. Like he had to go through something with his wife. And excuse me, at this point I had already told Bull, I'm cool. Like at this point, I'm just playing the game until this divorce is final. Because again, I went down there again, and now I'm really pushing the paperwork. Like you really about to lose your wife. So for context, when I did file for divorce, I didn't file for anything. Like we didn't have a divorce agreement. We didn't have none of that. I didn't have him on child support, custody, nothing. All I wanted was to be apart from this man. Remember I said that. So now was my birthday, my 30th birthday. So I decided that we should go to Temptations. And if you ever been to Mexico and you've been to Temptations, if you know, you know. So we get to Temptations, and it's a nice little, a nice little resort, people on there. It's about a good 50 of us on there because it was still during pandemic, and it was like opening up slowly but surely. So we get on the resort, and every night on this particular resort, they have a theme night. So they had a lingerie night, a neon night, like they had a bunch of stuff going on. So it was this Brazilian girl. So the Brazilian girl is pissed off at her husband because her husband keeps kissing on other girls or doing whatever he was doing with other girls. So she's like, all right, well, if she says, I'm gonna ask my husband if I could come back to the room with you and your husband. I said, all right, bet. I'm gonna go ask my husband if you can come back to our room. So I go over there to my husband, and I'm like, let me holler at you for a minute. He like, what's up? So I'm like, all right, it's this, the little Brazilian joint over there. She want to come back to our room. I said, you told me that you had never had anything outside of me in the last 7 years since we've been married. And he was like, yeah. I said, so tell me something. What were you doing all those months when we wasn't, engaging in anything? He told me that he was using a male toy and watching. Remember when I told y'all one of those three things? He said three. We two down. One more strike. One more strike, you out. One more strike, he out. So I'm like, all right, well, the Brazilian joint over there said that she want to come back to the room with you. Go ahead. Here's your pass. I just want to watch. Y'all, this man looked me square in my face and said, if this is the type of stuff that you into, we can get a divorce when we get back home. And I'm like, this had to be a joke. He looked me in my face and said to me, if this is the type of stuff that you into, we can get a divorce when you get back home. Oh, so you okay with cheating on me, but when I give you the pass to do it and let me watch, you can't do it. Stay tuned, because this just gets funnier and funnier. Hey y'all, welcome to part 14 of I Married a Narcissist. So I know I missed a couple days, and I had court with him yesterday, and I'll get to the court hearing in a second. But that same year, I had breastfed my son for 22 months. During that time, I had developed an infection in my boobs. So the infection kind of was in one of my ducts, and it started to protrude through my breast tissue. So when I noticed it, I went to the doctors. I ended up getting a mammogram, having to get a biopsy. And when I tell you I was scared for my life, I was absolutely scared. I'm going to insert the picture of the mammogram of what they saw, the area of concern, and why they had to feel like they needed to do a biopsy on me. I got the biopsy, and then I was scheduled for surgery. So during this time, again, we're still in the pandemic. During this time, me and him wasn't on the best of terms. So I literally had to call and beg this man to take me to surgery because One, they weren't letting too many people go into the hospital, but because that was still my spouse, they would allow him to have more free access to me than anybody else. So I literally begged this man, like cried, because I was so afraid that it was cancer, breast cancer. And I'm like, yo, like I was scared. So I called him and I'm like, yo, I gotta go to the hospital. I gotta get surgery. And he was like, all right. I was like, well, can you, take me to the hospital? Could you do something? He was like, why do I need to take you to the hospital? I said, I'm about to get surgery on my breast. I am like literally scared. Can you take me? He ended up taking me. Nonetheless, he took me. And when I tell you, about a couple days later, they called me and told me that it wasn't breast cancer, and I was so happy. But the fact that you was willing to give me hell about asking you to take me to the hospital was just absolutely ridiculous. So at that moment, I'm like, there's no way this man can love me. Like, you literally hate me. Like, you literally hate me. And then you got to stand on it because, again, I made it clear to him that I didn't want to be with him and that I wasn't willing to work it out. But he still decided that, he still wanted to insert himself, especially after he found out that I was in the process of buying the house. Now, when I was living in Summit Park, I had a two bedroom, two baths. I think I had a three bedroom, two baths. Yeah, I had a three bedroom, two baths. But either way, my rent was like $2,300 a month. I got tired of paying that, so I was like, I'm about to just buy me a house. So I'm going through the process of now buying a house. And this process was probably more stressful because it was a pandemic and we couldn't actually go into the houses. We had to see through pictures and 3D, like virtual tours and all that stuff. And it was weird, but we had to do to buy the house. So during this time, I'm looking at houses, and in my mind, from the past history of him, I don't really want him to know where I'm moving to. But just so happened that when I did my appraisal, the house appraised for more than what the bank felt like it was worth. So my deal almost didn't go through. So my realtor and my loan officer was like, "You might need to put somebody else on your loan." Like, why? I was so annoyed. I was like, I really didn't want to put nobody on my loan, but F it. I'm going to have to put him on my loan because, again, he had a good job. And I'm thinking his credit score, his credit, because he didn't have any debts besides his mortgage, we should be able to, buy this house and he should be free and clear. We need was his income and his credit score. I was going to hold the credit score, but we could just use his income as other income coming into my house so I could get approved for the loan. I called him with my loan officer on the phone and he was ecstatic, like, oh yeah. I could go into her loan, blah blah blah. So my loan officer like, all right, give me your social. I'm gonna bring your credit. Child ran this man credit. And immediately got denied. He was like, Mrs. Anderson, did he not tell you that he had a bankruptcy? He filed for bankruptcy several times, that his house when it's a foreclosure 4 times. And I'm like, foreclosure? This man mortgage is $300. It is utterly impossible that this man filed for bankruptcy and his house is in foreclosure 4 times. Like, he was like, he had loans modifications, like his credit is too low. He can't carry the loan for you. So I'm like, what the F? And this man never told me. Remember I told you financially, when it came to like finances, his bills, bank accounts and all this stuff, he kept that stuff away from me. Like, it was something that he just never ever opened up to me about. And I don't understand why, but he just never did. So needless to say, I still was able to purchase my home, but he couldn't go on a loan. So I picked up my apartment. I had to get my settlement date moved because of all the, the things with the loan and the how much the people wanted for. Like, it was just a really, really, really crazy situation. So I ended up still being able to close on my house. I put my stuff into a storage because, again, my settlement date got pushed back. So I put my stuff into a storage. We stayed at my mom's house for a couple of days, and then I ended up moving into my house. Now, it was fine moving into my house. He literally moved me into my house. I was absolutely grateful for it, but I didn't know that he moved in my house too. So what I'm saying is, let me explain. When I moved into my house, we putting all the stuff on the U-Haul truck. I paid for the U-Haul truck, all of it. We putting the stuff on the U-Haul truck. When we was taking the stuff off the U-Haul truck, his stuff was in the mix of my stuff. So he moved into my house with me. It was fine because, again, you don't never understand how much stress it is moving into a house and then when it happens. So I literally moved into my house. He moved in. So all the like putting up the blinds and, hanging the TVs, all this stuff. He was able to do it for me, and I was very appreciative of it. So, again, remember, my house didn't appraise for as much as the bank was going to loan me. So I ended up having to take $26,000 to the table. Not one dime came from this man. Not one. So I took $26,000 to close the gap between how much the bank was going to give me and how much the owner wanted for the house. After that, after I moved into the house, I bought my furniture. I was able to furnish my house. Like my refrigerator, my washer, my dryer, all that stuff was back ordered because, again, we were still inside the pandemic. So after I moved into my house, before my housewarming, the first gift that I wanted to get to myself was another car. So I ended up going out to buy me another car. I went out and got a RX 350, a Lexus. So I got two cars now, and he still has his one car. When I tell you the excitement on this man's face when he got up in the morning to go to work, because he was literally, when I tell you, this man was switching cars every day. Now, I had in my brain that because I worked in Philly, I was going to drive my gold Lexus during the week, and then on the weekends I'll drive the white one. This man switched cars every single day. Like, you would have really thought that he had it. Like, oh snaps, he got a different car every single day. Every time you see me in a different car, they was my cars. Both of them was mine. His name wasn't on nothing, not an insurance, not a car loan, not a mortgage. It was on mine. But when my housewarming rolls around, of course he's here. He all teeth and palm. He's smiling to the ear to ear. You would have thought that he paid for my house. Moving down the line, come to find out, he was actually telling people that he had put me up, like, because I didn't live in the city no more. So, I moved into the county, and he's telling people that he put me up. Put me up where? What did you put up? You didn't put up no money. What did you put up, sir? So I was kind of confused at that. So, again, he still was on drugs too. And me and his son's relationship was getting a lot better. Like, I felt like after we had separated, me and his sons had got closer, especially the oldest one. Now, the middle one, he kind of ain't like me because he felt like I took his dad from his mom, and I'm the reason why his dad and his mom couldn't get back together. When, bro, your mom left you on the steps, went and had 5 more kids by 5 other niggas. So your mom got 8 kids and 6 baby fathers. I had nothing to do with that. Your mom did that. Your dad did whatever he did with y'all, kept y'all away from your mom, and did all of that stuff that is coming back to him right now, to your mom. So you gonna be mad at anybody, be mad at your dad and your mom, because I ain't had nothing to do with it. Stay tuned for part 15, because I ain't even get to the next year. Hey y'all, welcome to part 15 of I Married a Narcissist. So now we're in this new home, and you would think that things will get better. However, it didn't get better. His drug use started to increase, but he was loving the fact that he was doing his dirt in Philly and then was able to run to the county and act like, he lived in this happy family and everything was just everything. One night he came in just real belligerent and loud, and I'm like, yo, that energy that you had at that old house, we're not bringing it into this house. But we ended up getting into a tussle in my basement, and I remember, like, we tussling on the floor, like, in this basement, and I'm fighting back at this point because I'm tired, and everything you doing is just irritating me. So we're there here fighting. The kids are upstairs. All you hear is boom, 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 boom. We both stopped mid-fight. Like, what the F is going on? Police, open the door. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? So I go up the steps. He stayed in the basement. I go up the steps. And the officer's like, is everything okay here? I'm like, yeah, everything is fine. What happened? He was like, we got a call from a kid saying that her parents was in the basement fighting. Yo, I turned around, and both of my kids was peeking down the steps. And they looked up. They looked at the kids. The cops looked at the kids and was like, oh, there go the kids right there. Kids come down the steps. Can we, is everything okay? And my daughter was looking like, yes, everything's okay. At that moment, I'm like, yeah. I thought that I left this situation. I thought that things were going to hopefully get better living in a new house. But clearly it's not, because my daughter just called the cops on you. My son is right here watching. we're in the basement, but they're still in the house. They can still hear us. So right after that, he left. And I was like, yeah, you could go. He left. And I didn't want him to leave because at this time he was still working, but he also was getting himself affiliated in some stuff that was going on down in Philly that he wasn't supposed to be getting involved in. And for me, it's like, all right, you're over 40. Why are you now hanging with these guys that are in their early 20s? It just didn't make sense to me because, excuse me, not for nothing, I never seen this man throw a football with his sons. One of his sons was interested in playing basketball. I never seen you take him to the court to, play basketball with him, help him get better, none of that stuff. The other son wanted to rap. Never seen you take him to the studio. Remember, I said he had a studio in his basement. So if he wanted to help his son advance in his career or, be lyrically inclined, he would have helped him. But no, you running around with these drill rappers and talking about some you helping them, but you get yourself into some stuff that you probably not gonna be able to get out of. And for me, that became so unattractive because I don't never want to be with nobody. I never wanted to be with somebody that's all in the mix. Like I like, I mean, with the way that things go, you can't even go on a date with these men because you always looking over your shoulders because you don't know who the ops are. So you're creating this lifestyle that I don't want to be a part of. Like I don't want that. I want a man that's gonna go to work, come home, take care of their family. Just like that whole thing. Not nobody that's down there doing something got no damn business. So you down there, whatever you're doing, then you run up here and try to act like, oh, we this big happy family. So that right there pissed me off. So every time he did it and like I would find out about it because now he on Instagram. Because remember, he said he wasn't even interested in being on no social sites. So now he on Instagram, and when I tell you this man literally posts everything, but he's the biggest fraud when he posts, it just will irritate you because it's like, yo, we at the register about to buy something, or we in the store picking up looking at something, but you putting these posts up like you purchasing this stuff. Like I'm not into frauds. Like don't fraud at all. Like be 10 toes with the stuff that you're doing. But again, remember he the big boss of Philly, so he gotta play this. He gotta keep this image going. So right after that, Christmas rolls around and we in 2021 now. Now in 2021, again, I'm still working 2 jobs, and it was pissing me off that I'm out here busting my behind working 2 jobs and you living in my house. So he tells me like, yo, I'm gonna take care of the big bills and you take care of the car note. Okay, cool. This man paid one mortgage payment. One. And it was late. So what happened was I paid the mortgage because I paid the mortgage on time. You gave me my money back. And remember I said it. He paid one mortgage payment. And that was it. So now every time he did some nut stuff, I'm pushing the paperwork for my divorce. Pushing it. Like I'm telling him, I'm good. I promise you I'm going to be good. So I tried to give him a chance during that same year in 2021. I went around his birthday time. Remember I said we got married on his birthday. So in April is my best friend's birthday too. So in April, I went from New Orleans. I paid for us a trip to go to Vegas, me and him. And then from Vegas, I flew to Miami with my cousins. So during that time, he ended up, while I was in Miami, when I got back from Miami, he flew to Los Angeles with his sons, to California with his sons or whatever. So everything was cool. We cool. Like we ain't really doing too much arguing. We really trying to figure it out. But again, every time he did some nut stuff, I was pushing the paperwork. So we got into a fight in late May where I made it clear to him. That once you leave out this time, don't come back. And I meant that. So when he left in May, we was technically done. Like me and SP was still vibing. Like he never left. But he just was like trying to give me space to figure it out, whatever I wanted to do. So my birthday rolls around in June. I went to Atlanta. And while I was in Atlanta, he was like texting me and calling me like, who the F you in Atlanta with and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, why are you so worried about who I'm in Atlanta with? Like, I literally went to Atlanta by myself. This is the first time I took a birthday trip by myself. Now, granted, at the time, my girlfriend lived in Atlanta. So when I got there, I met her with my girlfriend. And we had a time. Like, we had a whole time. So, again, he's still moving funny. I go to Atlanta for my birthday. I come back. You and these drill rappers that you now mentor, or you're their manager. I'm sorry, you're their manager. Y'all in Atlanta. Y'all took a trip to Atlanta, and you just, again, you moving funny. So I ain't really say too much about it. He still was on my line saying little things and just being real, real weird. So In July when he went to Atlanta, I pushed the paperwork for the last time, and I was like, yo, if this paperwork don't go through this time, I literally give up. I tell my cousin, my favorite little cousin, I'm like, she's never been on the airplane before. So I was like, go to Atlanta with me to see my girlfriend. So me and her like, are we gonna go to see her? And we planned it. We went to Atlanta. I went to Atlanta again, so I went there twice in one summer. Go to Atlanta again, and when I tell you we had so much fun, we went for my girlfriend's birthday, the one that lived there. So we had a really, 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 really good time. I get back from Atlanta. I come home and I get the mail out the mailbox. And I see the paper because when you in Philly, in Pennsylvania, when you file for a divorce, the last paperwork you have to take two envelopes and put both of your information on the envelope and send it into them, mail it to them, and they're with a stamp, and they'll mail it back when everything is done. So they mailed it back, and this was the second time they had mailed it back. So I'm thinking like, all right, here we go again. They're gonna tell me I'm missing something, and then I'm gonna be stuck here again. Y'all, I wasn't off that plane for an hour. I opened that paperwork and you will not believe what it was. So again, we got back from Atlanta. Me and my favorite little cousin got back from Atlanta, and I get the mail out the mailbox, and I open up the mail, y'all, and it was my divorce decree. The judge had granted my divorce while I was in Atlanta. When I tell you, I cried so effing hard. Like, I cried so hard. And you know who the first person I called when I found out that I was officially divorced? I called SP. I called SP and I'm on the phone crying. Like, he on the phone looking like he probably was like, is this girl crazy? Like, I'm literally on the phone with him, bawling my eyes out like, oh my God, what did I do? Because granted, not for nothing, me getting a divorce wasn't because I literally wanted to break up my family. I got a divorce because my husband couldn't get it right. I got a divorce because my husband took me for granted. I got a divorce because my husband thought that he would never ever lose me. I got a divorce because my husband did not see me past that 19-year-old girl that he met in 2009. I got a divorce because my husband didn't treat me like a partner. I got a divorce because my husband was abusive. I got a divorce because my husband used drugs. I got a divorce because my husband was a liar, a manipulator, and he also was a drug abuser. And I probably already said that. But when you think about being in a relationship with somebody, you either get a liar, a cheater, a abuser, or a drug addict. You cannot be all four. You have to pick a struggle. And my husband was all of those things. He was emotionally unstable. He dealt with a certain type of depression that only came around in the wintertime where the holiday seasons was, and I had to deal with that for countless years. I got a divorce because my husband could not stop lying to me. Not for nothing, my husband no longer protected me. That's why I got a divorce. But I didn't think that I was really going to get a divorce, if you know what I mean. So I'm sitting there crying to SP, and SP like, yo, I'm in Vegas right now. Give me a minute, I'm going to call you back. I called one of my best friends that had my kids and told her that I was divorced. And she was so happy for me, but at the same time, she felt how I was feeling. And literally, I'm like, I'll be over there to get my kids because she lived in Jersey. So I'm like, I'll be over there to get my kids, but just give me a minute. She was like, take your time. I called my mom. My mom is in Florida. My family is on a family vacation in Florida. And my mom like, yo, I can't get to you. Like, she's calling me. My sister's calling me. Like, everybody, my entire family is in Florida on a family vacation. And I didn't go because I had just got back from Atlanta. So my mom is like, I can't get to you. I need you to calm down. I need you to be okay. And all my sisters, everybody was checking on me to make sure that I was okay, because I literally went blank for a minute. I blanked out. Like, I don't know what happened, but my brain and my body just shut down. Like, everything just went numb. And normally when I go through things or something, my kids are pretty good with kind of feeling what I'm going through. And that's the bad part about having children. I mean, the good part, but it's also a bad part about having children. It's like they feel everything that you feel. And in that moment, my kids knew that something wasn't right with me, but it didn't bother me. They literally just, came and cuddled under me, hugged me. They never asked me, Mom, what's wrong? It's just, Mom, you okay? Yes, I'm okay. My daughter, Mom, I'm gonna go make me and my brother something to eat, and we'll be back. Whole time I'm sitting there trying to figure out when I'm gonna receive the phone call from this man, because I know he got the same paperwork that I got. So I'm sitting there trying to figure out when I'm gonna get the call from this man that he figured out that we've officially divorced. So SP called me and was like, check your emails. I'm like, check my emails. He like, yeah, check your emails. So I go to the emails. It's an itinerary. He like, I need you to get on that flight. He's like, I talked to your mom and them on their way home. I need you to get on that flight because you're not about to be there depressed without me. And I was like, oh, snaps. I'll be right there. Don't even worry about it. I'll be right there. But in the back of my mind, I'm scared to tell my now ex-husband that we're divorced. So I'm sitting there trying to figure out how I'm going to tell him. So when I called them, I finally worked up the courage to call him. And I'm like, yo, you got a minute to talk? He like, yeah, I'm not feeling too good, because when he didn't take his pills, he would go through withdrawals and he would be like really, 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 really sick. So I'm like, all right, I need to talk to you about something. He was like, what's up? I said, what's one thing that will make you not love me no more? And he was like, you cheated on me? Dog, I cheated on you to get rid of you. You didn't leave. I'm like, no, I ain't cheating on you. He was like, you pregnant by somebody else? I said, no, I ain't pregnant by nobody else. And mind you, not for nothing, my ex-husband had got a vasectomy when my son was 3 months, which I didn't understand why he got the vasectomy when my son was 3 months, but he got a vasectomy when my son was 3 months. So me and him having kids was a long shot. It was never happening ever again. So I'm like, no. He said, well, what is it then? I was like, well, so I said, what if I told you that I wasn't your wife no more? He said, that's impossible. You always gonna be my wife. I said, no, I'm not your wife no more. He was like, what? I was like, yeah, our divorce is final. And this man was like, immediately, Taj, we could fix this. We could do it the right way. Like, I don't understand. How did this happen? What you do? I'm like, I just pushed the paperwork. Like, I didn't do anything. Why didn't you stop pushing the paperwork? I said, yo, you was not doing anything that I asked you to do. Like, you didn't do anything that I asked you to do. He like, no, I'm gonna make it right. I promise. I'm gonna do everything. I'm gonna make it right. We gonna fix this. We can get remarried again. The first time my oldest son wasn't in it, my youngest son wasn't in it. We could do it right this time. I promise we could do it. This man had a fit. When I tell you, you're not gonna tell me he was not in the shower. He was not sliding down the shower crying because I had divorced him. And I was so confused for a minute, because I'm like, yo, after all the stuff that you put me through, you are really crying because I divorced you. I didn't understand it. But you know what I did understand? How I got in that car, met my mom and them at the airport with my kids, and they got my kids, and I got on that flight and went to Vegas with SP. I straight went to Vegas with SP. Like, it's no question. He told me that he was not going to let me be depressed. Why would I ever not go where the good time is at? I was happy with him. Every time we was together, we had a time. So I went with SP. While he was in the shower, sliding down, crying, I was in Vegas. And I'm not saying gloating and being happy about it, but again, you reap what you sow. And that's just what happened with you. So right after that, and when I came back, he told me to meet him at the park. And I'm like, meet you at the park for what? He like, meet me at the park. I got a surprise for you. And I'm going to insert the picture of what I walked into. And again, I walked into this, and it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful, but I felt nothing. It's a picture of what he did try to do, and it still was not enough for me. So right after, I got back from Vegas, he had tried to convince me to remarry him. So right during the pandemic, if you were trying to get married, you had to send an email with all the information, and they'll give you a date. And he was so serious about getting married on October 23rd of 2021. I was like not paying him no mind, because I already knew in my brain one, I don't want to be with you. I was happy that I was away from you. And for me, things was looking up with me and SP. So me and my ex wasn't speaking for a while. I mean, our wows was like 2 or 3 days. And it was like every time he went past the 72-hour mark of him trying to do something and I wasn't biting or I wasn't giving him the energy that he wanted, he would go do something dumb. And that was just his pattern. I don't even know if he realized that he was doing it because he was so consistent in doing what he was doing. And he also was getting deeper into the stuff that was going on down where he was from. And then he also was getting deeper in taking his drugs. So me and SP took a trip like maybe a week before I was supposed to remarry this man to Cancun. Same resort that I took my ex-husband to, and we had a really, really good time. We came back, and while we was there, we was talking business. Now, if anybody can say that they put me on to something, I would say it was SP. Like, that man literally showed me the ropes, like, when it came to me buying my house, when it came to me doing my business ventures. Like, he definitely showed me how to do the stuff that needed to be done to be successful. So he was like, he wanted to do something, and me and him decided that we was going to do a trucking business. So who's the perfect person to do a trucking business but my little brother? Now, for like a little backstory, my little brother was running wreck chasing in Philly for a really, really long time, and I just was like, he know what he doing. So when we got back, he was putting that in motion, and my ex had got into a car accident. So he got into a car accident, and I called my little brother to go pick up his car. Now remember, I had 2 cars. So while I was, I had the 2 cars or whatever, I was like, all right, cool, you can hold my car because I know you still had to get to work. Me still being considerate, like, why am I still trying to help this man? Like, I just didn't get it. I'm still trying to help this man. So I let him hold my car one night and we get into an argument because my car is pinging in places that it's not supposed to be. Like, you getting deeper into stuff that ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't need nobody to ever think that they see my car and think that it's you and then something happens to me in my car. We're never doing it. So I'm calling him, asking him, where's my car? He won't tell me where my car is. So I'm like, yo, give me my car. Like, he like, I gotta go to work tomorrow. I have nothing to do. I'm like, sir, I don't care about you. Gotta go to work tomorrow. Bring me my car. So he didn't want to bring my car, so I ended up calling my little brother. My little brother, he's a wreck chaser. He got a tow truck. Go there and get my car. My little brother's like, all right, bet. I'm like, if you don't see it, just go over and circle a couple of blocks around his area. I'm pretty sure my car is somewhere around there. Like, I can't find my car, but I know my car around here. So my little brother and his friend go down there, call me like, yo, I found your car. Come down here. So I'm doing like 100 or 95 trying to get down there to get my car. Because, sir, why would you ever steal my car? So my little brother ended up taking my sedan and I drove my truck home because I had an extra set of keys. So, all right, cool. So now, me and SP, we not really pitching the relationship thing. We more concerned about the business. So I was cool with that because at this point I felt like I needed a healing process. Like I needed to heal from everything that I've been through. And I really, really, really didn't want to pour that onto SP because like I said, he was a really, really good guy. Like really, really did good guy. But my ex is getting deeper into the streets and the stuff that's going on down and he really, really, really involved in it. So I needed some time to decompress and I wanted to do 24 hours somewhere. So I decided to do 24 hours in Atlanta again. So when I got to the airport, all the American Express Platinum card holder members know that when you go to the airport, you got access to the lounges. So I get into the lounge and I meet this guy. We gonna call this guy TF. So I meet TF, we exchange numbers, and he was on his way to Vegas. I was going to New Orleans. All right, cool. Me and TF, like we hit it off. It was cool, whatever. Like I can't really say nothing really bad about him. He was a really, really cool guy from up north. They a little bit different up there, so I got a little different, aspect. But again, I'm still trying to heal from what I have been through, and still trying to help my ex get through whatever it is that he get through because I know that stuff down Philly was getting deeper, and I know I needed my kid's father to be there for my kids. So we end up ending this. 2021. We wasn't cool, but we made it through. He would, send me text messages. I'm gonna insert one of the text messages that he sent me about us ultimately faking like we wanted to be a family for the sake of the kids. So now we on Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day rolls around and I'm driving home one day, pull up to my house, and I got bags on my steps. And I'm like, where do these bags come from? It's an orange bag, a Louis Vuitton bag. And I'm like, who put this on my steps? Like, So I had to roll my cameras back to see who it was. And it was from TF. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna open it yet. I'm just going, put it to the side and I ain't gonna open it yet. So Valentine's Day come and my ex comes in, like, I want you to be my Valentine. Mind you, for years he never ever celebrated Valentine's Day. It was always something small, whatever. We really didn't do too much big. So he comes in, like, after all these years, this man decides to bring me a bottle of perfume. Actually two. One from him and one from the kids. And I looked at this man like this seriously is a joke, right? Like, really, this a joke. So he like, why you don't want the bottle? I'm like, sorry, after all the shit that I done been through with you, you bring me a bottle of perfume in here? Like, we're divorced at this point. You bring me a bottle of perfume? Mind you, a man that I done met less than 6 months ago and dropped a bag on a bag for me, and you mean to tell me you come here with a bottle of perfume? Make it make sense, sir. Please make it make sense. So we got into an argument about that, and we wasn't speaking. So we decided, like, I'm cool. Like, I'm engaging with TF and SP. We still got our business together. Like, we already established that we're probably not going to be together. So whatever. Then he texted me one morning, my ex, and he basically just told me, like, I'm tired of trying with you. I'm going to try to start moving on to be with somebody else. There's efforts to get over you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right, I don't care. I wholeheartedly don't care. So right after that, we didn't speak for a couple weeks or whatever. And I was cool with it. He still was doing what he was supposed to do for the kids. He was sending me money. He was doing what he was supposed to do for the kids. So I really had enough complaints. It was when he decided to send me $150 one week for the kids. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with $150 for these kids? That's $75 per kid. He was like, that's all I got right now. I'll give you some more later. Okay. Hey, y'all. So welcome to part 18. So, you read that text message. So he basically was telling me, like, he wanted to be able to coexist with each other. He wanted help from me because he really wanted to get off the drugs, and he knew that when he go through withdrawals that he needed help because it was literally taking over his body to the point where his body would ache. He would go through chills. He would be throwing up. He would like be diarrhea. It was a lot of stuff, and he wanted me to be able to help him. And not for nothing, I was like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll help you because I really don't want to happen to you because I know that I need you here for my kids. So we started to, like, he would come over because he felt this is where he was safe at. I mean, remember, he would do his dirt in Philly. He felt like he could run up here and he was safe. Didn't bother me because, again, I needed you to be safe because I knew that it was getting crazy in the streets of Philadelphia. So he comes up here and he's trying to basically pour his heart out to me. Oh, I just want to be with you, this, day, and the third. And I'll open up. I'll tell you anything, give you anything that you want. I don't care. You want my passwords. He gave me his password to his Instagram, his email address, and he also started sharing his location, which is like, at this point, I don't need it, but thank you, whatever. So he shares all that stuff. So again, remember I told you he had the 72-hour rule. So again, he was doing stuff that he had no business. So one day, we chilling. Well, I'm chilling. I'm watching his story on Instagram, and I see that somebody else is driving his car. Now, on the screen of the car, you can see the person's name. So I'm like, who is that? Like, I ain't seen that to him, but I'm like, who that? But it's so easy to drop a name in Cash App or drop a name on Instagram because normally people names on their phones, and when they pop up on the cards, the same as on Instagram. So I pop it up. It's this young girl. She's 23 years old. So I'm like, okay. I see the girl. I'm like, okay, cool. So next day I go to work, and he's under. Remember the two girls I was telling you about was his friends that I met? He under her picture like babe and babe this and babe that and babe this and babe that. I'm like, now you playing in my face. The same woman that I sat up there and was cool with, you calling this girl babe? I called my little sister. I said, listen, mind you, I know what time this man get off of work. It's now pouring down, raining. It's cold because it's in like February, March. It's still cold outside. I called my little sister. I said, listen, I'm going to his job and I'm going to beat him the fuck up. That's just it. Because I'm sick of him playing with me. Like you went way too far with this one. Like me and this girl was cool. Like when I tell you we was cool, was pregnant with our. When I had my son, she had a baby too. She had a daughter. We all was pregnant at the same time. So now you mean to tell me that you now shooting your shot at somebody that you had in my face the whole time? All right, bet. Now you gotta stand on it. So me, my little sister, I know where he work at. My little sister know where he work at. So I tell my little sister, all right, meet me down there. We going to this man. Sister, like, I got your location. I'll meet you down there. I'm like, all right, cool. So I get down there. I block his car in. He can't even get out. You're not going nowhere because he got two cars on the side of him. I'm in front of him. You're not going nowhere. So I get out the car and talk to me. Get out the car and talk to me. He like, what I got to talk to you for? Get out the car and talk to me. Mind you, this government property that we on. Let me just spit that out there. This government property we on, and I done headed up to here with this man. Like I done headed up to here with this man. So he pulled the window down. He shut the door. Get in the car. He shut the door. But he pulled the window. Like, what you want to talk about? What you want to talk about? Something in my brain just said hitting. Something in my brain just said hitting. Boom. He like, okay. Get out the car and talk to me. Now you got to get out the car and talk. I just hit you. You got to fight me now. I'm thinking in my brain, he gonna fight me. He gonna whoop my ass is what I'm thinking, yo. I'm like, he gonna fuck me up. But I'm still gonna stand on it because I don't care because you played with me. So he like, yo, get off the property because he wanted me to go off his job. Let me out this parking spot. So we get off the property. I'll talk to you when we pull outside the property. I'm like, all right, cool. Mind you, whole time he don't know my sister sitting on him. My little sister is sitting on him. So we get off the property. He takes us on a high speed chase. Takes off. So I take off. My little sister is keeping up. We ended up all the way in Long Merriam somewhere, like pouring down raining, dipping through traffic, 76. We are on a high speed chase with this man because again, he on the phone still popping his trash. And then you owe me a conversation because why is you under this girl picture and you had her in my face for all these years? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do that? So I think my little sister got pulled over first because he ended up calling the cops on us. Like, he kept picking up the phone on me, but he peeped that he went into this block that was a cul-de-sac. So when he flipped his car around, he seen that it was the additional car, and he didn't know who was in the other car. So he called the cops on us. Y'all, this man tried to get us locked up. So at first they pulled my little sister over, and she like, yo, they just pulled me over. Then, like 2 minutes later, they siren me. They pulled me over too. So I'm like, no, I'm just trying to, go get my kids. I had to get something from him. He acting silly, blah, blah, blah. They said, no, come with me. They get this man on a phone inside of the police district, and he told them the entire story. And I'm sitting up there like, I know he did not just try to, after all this stuff I done put up, you just try to get me locked up? Okay, cool. And again, at this time, he was still like getting my kids, but he wasn't paying for my kids. Like he wasn't giving me money for my kids. So I had to pay for all the expenses and stuff. So that was fine. So right after he did that, he just decided like he was done giving me anything for the kids. He wasn't giving me nothing. He stopped contacting me and he stopped paying for the kids. And this is all the way in March. So from March to May, he gave me nothing. So in May, I decided that, okay, I'm filing a petition for child support. Like now you have to pay me child support. Now I first filed it in my county and he didn't show up. So they was like, we don't have the resources up here to help you. So we're going to have to transfer back to Philadelphia. So they transferred to Philadelphia and this man was not coming to the court dates at all. Like he was not coming to the court dates. So I'm like, all right. They gave it to him. They was like, oh, we couldn't serve him this time. We can serve him this time. I'm like, okay. So now we in summer of 2022. I go to Belize. TF comes to take me to the airport or whatever. Make sure I got to my plane safely. I landed safely. Like he made sure that I was cool the whole time I was in Belize. So on my birthday, this is the text message this man sent me. When he sent me this text message, I knew that he didn't see me past that 19-year-old girl. He didn't see me past his wife. To him in his brain, I was still his wife. And not for nothing, I had to make him understand that I ain't her no more. I am not her. And I'm gonna put the pictures in there and let y'all read it. But I had to let him know that I was not her no more, baby. I was somebody different. Hey y'all, welcome to part 19 of I Survived the Narcissist. So, again, we wasn't cool, but we wasn't beefing. So I thought. I had told him, like, I'm dealing with somebody right now. This is when me and TF, we was like, we locked in. Me and TF is locked in. And I'm telling him, like, we can make up some type of arrangement where you can get the kids every other weekend because I know you're dealing with people and I would like you to have that time, but I also want you to have time to spend with your kids. So if possible, we could do the every other weekend thing. That way, my folks will run into the kids and yours won't run into them either. Well, he decided that he didn't want to do that. And I'm not about to stop my life because you trying to be smart. So TF was like, all right, it's cool. I don't mind paying for the babysitter. Like, whatever I can do to help the situation, I'm willing to do it. Thank God for him because normal niggas would be like, man, I ain't got time for this. It's too messy, blah, blah, blah. So I told him that I wanted to get my son into some basketball. So he was like, oh, yeah, I know this joint's called I-9. I'm like, all right, cool. So we put my son in I-9. And if you know anything about I-9 sports, these families treat this stuff like it's the NBA. Mind you, these are 6-year-old kids. And the way they be cheering on the sideline, you would think these kids are about to go into the NBA. So each time it would just be me and my daughter and my son. Every Saturday morning, me, my daughter, and my son. But but my kids are now getting close to the TF. So TF making sure that the kids are straight, like no matter what, he always making sure the kids are good. And Bull is running a full-fledged production, like he's running his movie to the fullest. And ain't really too much that I can say because he's also on drugs and he also still affiliated with the stuff that's going on in the city. So part of me again was scared for him, but the other part of me is like, F you, because you don't care about nothing that I got going on. You only worried about yourself. So championship rolls around with my son. My son asked TF like, yo, could you come to my game? He like, of course, I'll come. And in my brain, I'm like, he not gonna come. Like, he not gonna come because he don't know what to expect. He not gonna come. So we get to the game on a Saturday morning. So me and my kids walk in the gym room. My son goes where he gotta go. They shooting around or whatever. TF walks in when I'm walking out. Like, I'm walking out to go to the bathroom. TF walks in. So I see TF, we stand outside the joint and we start talking and he like, oh, what's going on with the kids? I'm like, they warming up. Don't worry about it. We can go back in there. He's like, all right, come on, let's go back in. I don't want to miss no parts of it. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. So we go back in there, y'all. Mind you, I'm sitting on the baseline of the court. Me, my daughter, and I had a seat for TF right there. TF just so happened to walk around and he wanted to go sit on the bleachers. Something said, look up. I look up. My kid's father was there. Something told me, look up. I look up. They sitting next to each other. When I tell you, I'm like, oh my God. I immediately text TF like, yo, you sit next to Bull. But I didn't really realize what was actually happening because I seen my son say something, then I see his dad say something to him. Again, I don't know what was said, so I don't know what happened. And that's how I peeped that he was there because he leaned over to my son and whispered something in my son's ear. My son said, yeah. So first quarter, me and TF texting, but he watching the game, but my ex got a hoodie on. Now, if you got a hoodie on your head, in order to see the person next to you, you have to do what? You have to turn your head to look. So he's turning his head looking at TF and everything, and I'm looking like, oh my God. But me and him texting, I'm like, don't leave. It's cool, whatever. He never comes to the game. I don't know what's going on. The damn buzzer goes off for the end of the first quarter. The kids come in, they go into their coach or whatever, and I look up. They walking out the court. They walking out the basketball court, the gym. I run so fast around there to go see what's going on. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I got to get around here. Like, I have to get out this door with these two men. So they go out the door. I go right behind them. Boom. I'm out the door. Straight go at my ex. Like, what you pulling him to the side for? Like, you don't come to the games. There's no reason for you to have to say anything to him. He came here to support your son that you don't support. He like, what? And I could tell, like, a part of him was high. Like, he was definitely high. So he like, what is you talking about? Like, I'm like, go ahead. So TF like, no, it's cool. We gonna handle this like men. He's pulling his pants up. Now, everybody, if you from Philly, you know what the pull up pants mean. Like, is the pull up pants. I'm like, oh God. So I'm still going at my ex. Like, again, you ain't supposed to be here. Why you here? Like, nobody told you, God damn. I'm like, nobody told you to come here. What you doing here? He like, man, Todd, you tripping. I'm just trying to see why cuz keeps staring at me. TF turned to this man. Chest tapped him. Boom, boom. Don't call me cuz. He said, don't call me cuz. My brain goes blink because this shit is about to go down. It's about to go down. That's all I thought. In my brain, it's about to this about to hit the fan. We about to all go to jail. Because first of all, me and TF about to jump you. Yes, you're getting jumped. Because what? You're getting jumped. So me and TF about to jump you. And he turned around. And y'all, he walked back in the gym room to the game. He walked back in the gym room to the game. At that moment, you lost all, like, whatever respect I had left for him, you no longer had that respect. Because, nigga, you used to whoop my ass. And now you get approached by your own kind. Like, you get approached with your match. You get approached with your match and you ain't take the match. Like, it's always, it was, everything's up for grabs with him. Like, he used to talk so heavy after the divorce. So everybody keep asking me if that really happened between him and TF. And I think that everybody's taken aback because of all the nonsense that he put me through, that you would absolutely think that when he was seeing me, it would definitely be on site. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. So after that, somehow, some way, we managed to get past that. Me and TF, we still vibe. That's my baby. But you know, he called me one day. Well, he texted me one day and was just basically telling me how he wanted to detox off these pills. Now, if you know anything about the detoxing phase of getting off of Percocets, it gets bad. Like, he was at the point where he was taking like 430s a day. And he wanted to detox off these pills. So I was like, all right, cool. You know, I'll help you detox, because he told me that he would start shivering. He would go through like something that mirrored the flu. I don't know. I've never been on drugs, so I don't know what he was going through. But I was like, all right, cool. You can sleep in the basement and I'll, you know, assist you however I can. So he said, okay, cool. So he came up. I was on my way to Baltimore with my cousins. So me and my cousins, we all went out Baltimore. We had like a little girls' day chilling. But I also made it clear to him before I left, or prior conversations, that although we're not together, there has to be a level of respect. Meaning, if you are dealing with somebody or whoever you talk to, don't talk to them in my house. He swore up and down, I am coming to you on a clean slate. I'm not dealing with nobody. I don't want nobody. 20 chicks can never compare to the one woman that you are to me. I love you. You know, just all of the extra stuff that I ain't asked for. But you also know, like I said before, he's an oversharer. So everything just was over exaggerated and it's just extra. He just was telling me stuff that I really wholeheartedly just didn't care about. But I'm listening. I go to Baltimore and I come back home and he's like, I guess the withdrawals had started kicking in. So he had to take like a blocker, like a Suboxone, to help alleviate some of the pain, or the pain, the stuff that he was going through. So I'm like, you know, you cool? He was like, yeah, I'm good. Could you just get me this, and this? And I had everything laid out for him. The ginger ale, the soup, anything that I could find to help this man, I was willing to help him, because I hate to see people in pain. And I didn't want him to go through that, because I knew that this was something that he had struggled with for a couple years. All right, so I'm down there talking to him. He's in and out, dozing in and out. And I'm like, all right, but his phone is buzzing. And when I say this joint buzzing, this joint is buzzing. So I'm like, why your phone keep buzzing? Like, it's not making sense. But he not trying to answer the phone. He like, I'm going to sleep. I don't know. I'm going to sleep. But there's a block number calling his phone. Now, again, I'm to the point where I'm too grown to be answering the phone. I'm too grown to be calling anybody. I'm way too grown to be calling anybody phone. I'm way too grown to be, like, I'm not doing it no more. Like, first, like, no, I'm not doing it. So, the phone buzzed for the last time, because I asked him who was. I'm like, yo, answer the phone. Just, like, answer the phone, because you never know what's going on. Just answer the phone. Like, I ain't answering the phone. Ain't nobody. All right, cool. So, I go upstairs, take a shower, come back down the steps. He dozed off like cold. So, I'm like, you know what? And don't ask me why, because I don't even know why I did it. But I went through the phone. So I'm looking through the phone, and of course, Go right to the hidden photos. He got a picture with him and Susie. He got a picture with the first girl that he done cheated on me with. He got a picture with the girl. Remember the girl that I was telling y'all about that came to after my baby shower the first time, that popped up at his door? She was in there. It was this other little young girl that was some little young girl that was telling me that he's messing with from the projects that was in there. And I'm like, the thing about the girl from the projects, the little young girl, was that this little girl was 23 years old. And you have a child that's 23. To me, that gave very much creep vibes, because if you mess with somebody the same age as your son, you would like, his son got a girlfriend. So who's to say that you're not looking at your son's girlfriend? Like, I just think past that, and I think it's because of the field that I work in, and I know how creepy men can be. It's like, why would you ever scoop that low to talk to somebody of that age? And the little girl was a pretty little girl. I give her that. She was a beautiful little girl, but she still was a little girl. She's 23 years old. What is she offering you at your big 44-year age? Like, what can she offer you? Whatever. I don't know what happened, but when I don't know. The phone hit his face. I don't know what happened. The phone and his face had met each other. And he jumped up like, yo, what you doing? What you doing? Nothing. Like, I made it clear to you that you can do whatever it is that you want to do, but just don't do it in my house. Because, see, these girls was texting him while he was laying in my house. And I'm like, you could do whatever it is that you want to do. We are not together. Let's stamp that. We're not together. But I asked you to be respectful of my house, sir. And you still decided you were going to talk to these girls while you was in my house. And then you think that I'm going to take care of you? Like, you're going to be disrespectful and talk to these women, but I'm going to take care of you. Yeah, go let Susie and one of them take care of you. Like, because at this point, I'm done with you. Now, for context, I'm going to put in one of the text messages of one of the first girl that he cheated on me with, what she had was texting him or whatever. And he like, look, this is what she said to me, and I'll be fleeing her, I'll do this, I'll do that to her. Like, he was gloating about the way that he was treating these women. And I'm like, yo, you absolutely gotta be saying something to these women to make them keep coming back, because I'm not willing to believe again that these women think that you this thorough, that they just keep coming back every time you call, they answering the phone. Like, I just wholeheartedly don't want to believe that it's just your presence that these women are just like happy to be with. Like, you not, whatever. That's just my own personal feelings. I'm not even gonna get into that. So he left that day, and we wasn't speaking for like a week or two, and I really didn't care, because not having him around was definitely bringing me peace at the time. Like, I ain't had to worry about him, but every time he texts me, I found myself responding and answering his questions. So, of course, the holidays is coming around, and we wasn't speaking. Like, this probably was like one of them holidays when we really wasn't speaking. Thanksgiving happened, and then right after, the day after Thanksgiving, my grandmother passed away. So the moment he got the news that my grandmother passed away, I swear to God, he jumped on it like bees on honey. He dropped on it. He come past my mom's house. He's bringing flowers. Like, he's trying to insert himself in a way that I really wholeheartedly wasn't looking for him to be inserted, because I knew that the trauma that I experienced, or the experience that I had with him when my grandfather had passed away, was like, I don't look for you to do nothing but what you have already done. Like, and that was nothing. Like, be emotionally unavailable. And I was cool with that, because I didn't want anything to do with you. So he came to my grandmother's funeral, and oddly enough, my family, and I think it probably was because everybody was in the daze about what was actually going on that day, nobody really like was on him. Like, everybody was chilling. You know, he actually walked in with my family, like a couple people behind me. He kept his eye on me the entire time. Like, he made sure that, you know, I was cool at the funeral. And I was like, all right, cool. I see what you're doing, but whatever. I ain't want him to like walk down with me. I didn't want him to console me. I didn't want none of that. I just wanted you to, can you just go pick up the kids from school? Because I got to go to the repass, and they always in Delco, and I'm down Philly. That's it. That's all I wanted from him. He comes with a whole sob story about, you know, I'm so sorry this happened to you. You know, anything you need from me, I'm there for you. And I think that was him thinking that was like his foot in the door with me. But no. So again, December rolls around. It's my kid's birthday. He buys them gifts and Christmas and all of that. And I actually, again, he's still going through the withdrawal situation, because he doubled back on the pills. So he back taking the pills. And then now we at Christmas, and I normally throw a brunch on Christmas, and he's upstairs at my brunch, but he's still going through the withdrawal. So I'm like, yo, I need you to leave, because I gotta go somewhere. I have to go see my man. Like, I literally had to put this man out so that I can drive to go see my man. And he was like, all right, I'm going to leave. I got to go to work anyway. And, thank you and blah, blah, blah. He shows appreciation or whatever. But he always still, in the back of his mind, thought that he had this one foot in with me every time I responded or gave him any type of. Hey, y'all. Welcome back to part 20 of I Married a Narcissist. Part 21, I believe. And this is, of course, after the divorce. So now we're in year 2023. We're getting close, y'all. So after everything that happened in closing of 2022, we were really cool. Like, I can't even say anything crazy was happening between us, but we was really, really cool. So Valentine's Day rolls around, and when I tell you, this man had a way of messing up every holiday. Me and TF were still cool, of course, because he drops me off another bag again. And then I come in the house and my ex-husband has a bottle of Baccarat perfume. Now, granted, the bottle of Baccarat perfume goes for like $300 or something or whatever. Cool, whatever. But we've been together for 13, almost 14 years. Why am I still getting bottles of perfume? All right, so we ended up having a disagreement about that. He sends me the screenshot of, it was a part of what I was doing for you for Valentine's Day. We were supposed to go to dinner at the Baccarat Hotel. We were supposed to do this, and this, blah. Baby, me and TF went to the Baccarat Hotel a year before. So I've been in the Baccarat Hotel. I wasn't impressed. However, all right, cool. We got into an argument. He then blurs out to me that I saved your life. How did you save my life, sir? Oh, the other day when you was going to the nail salon on Cecil B. Now, anybody know anything about ends? I used to get my nails done at ends. So when I go to ends, because I have a daughter, I'm always taking my daughter me to the nail salon. So he makes the comment of, oh, the other day when you was going to get your nails done, I told him to chill because they saw your car. So in my brain, and maybe I was overthinking or whatever, but in my brain, I'm like, yo, why would you ever in your natural born life tell your homies, your young boys or whatever to do anything to me, let alone let them know what kind of car I drive? Because what happens is, because you're the old head dickhead, these young boys feel a need to impress you. So no matter what you do or what you say, they're going to do it, right? So you tell them to do something to me, and me or you are so up and down, back and forth, that you forget to tell them, like, no, chill, she good, right? So they still feel a need they got to carry out this plan or whatever it is for you. And they do something to me because you forgot to tell them or warn them that me and you was cool. So you was cool with that. So now at this point, now when he said that time, because now I don't trust you no more. And now, call me karma, because now I'm about to dog walk you for the rest of the year. And that's exactly what I did for the rest of the year. Let me explain. So that was in February when he told me that. And now at this point, I'm feeling like I don't even want to drive my car. I got to get rid of my car. I got to get rid of one of these cars. So, all right, I'm about to put the plan in motion to get rid of the car. I go to DR in May. I went to DR that same year, and he, offered to watch the kids for me. So he was at my house watching my kids. Like I said, as long as I was acting as if we were going to get back together, he was the best father to my kids. I'm not even going to hold you. When I say he was phenomenal, he was phenomenal. However, while I was in DR, he decided that he wanted to watch my TikToks. Now, just like I got somebody watch my TikToks now. Hey, girl. So he had somebody, he was watching my TikToks, whatever. He got upset. We in DR, and I'm out there for my best friend's birthday. We in DR, and I'm literally on a balcony arguing with him before dinner, like, to the point where I had to tell this man, like, yo, go ahead about your business, please. Go ahead about your business. He left my kids in the house. And left, like, he left my kids in the house and went wherever he had to go. And I'm like, yo, at that point, it's like, you don't give a damn about my kids, because why would you leave them in the house and I'm in a whole nother country? So I can't even tell you how we kept getting back from these situations, but we just kind of always got back. And it was the apologies, the begging, all of that stuff. We always got back from those situations. So June comes, I'm in Costa Rica. He tells me, because he didn't know I was going away. So he calls me like, oh yeah, your car was just about to get hit. You lucky I saw that was your dad. Sir, Sir, who is, first of all, who you had watching my car that when they see my car on Broad Street, then now all of a sudden my dad or whoever in my car got to worry about getting hit courtesy of you. You could do dumb stuff, but the moment I match your energy, now is a problem. And I'm going to keep matching your energy because now I'm the problem. Now, somehow he kept coming to my house, popping up in my house, like, oh, I want to talk to you. I apologize. I this, I that. Sir, whatever. So that same year, I had a party with my good sis, who's a bar owner. Hey, girl. And we had a party. We had a time. And somehow I ended up in the bed with my ex-husband, y'all. 18 months, after 18 months of nothing, I ended up in the bed with my ex-husband. The worst freaking decision I've ever made in my life was ending up in the bed with him. So right after that, now he thinks that we're together, y'all. He really wholeheartedly thinks we're together. He's at my house every day. He's doing all the stuff that he's supposed to do. He wants to take care of the kids. He wants to be attentive. He wants to spend my birthday with me. And I'm like, no, I'm about to go to Brazil for my birthday. Oh, no, don't go. I want to spend your birthday with you. I promise I'll make it special, blah, blah, blah. Why did I listen to this man? You know where he took me? He took me to a place in Maryland. And it wasn't what it was supposed to be. So I was absolutely irritated that I had canceled my trip to Brazil to stay here with you. But at this moment, the way this stuff is going, you ain't even got to worry about it. You ain't even got to worry about it. July that same year, I go to see Beyonce. He stayed home. He stayed here with the kids while I went to go see Beyonce. Because again, now he got so deep into the stuff that he was. Oh, that same year again, in July, he's here with the kids. I'm going to go see Beyonce. So, like I said, he got so wrapped up in the street stuff that he could no longer work the day shift. He had to work the overnight shift because people was willing to use him as target practice at this point. Cool. So, I go to see Beyonce. I get home late from seeing Beyonce, but he ended up leaving out, but he left his watch. Again, don't ask me why I went through the watch, but I made it clear to him, don't do it in my house. He did it anyway. So I go through the watch and I'm reading the text messages and I'm seeing all the stuff that you know was going on. And I'm going to insert the text message that I sent to him because not for nothing, at this point, it had got out of hand. When I tell you it was multiple women, like multiple women. Now you passed now you passed the abusive part. Now you're just a cold, hard cheater. And what I made a vow to myself was what, y'all? I was never going to be faithful to this man again. Yes. And I'm going to insert the text messages. And from that moment, I made another vow to myself that for as long as he allowed me to, I was going to dog walk his ass. Call me karma because I'm about to dog walk you. And that's exactly what I did. August comes around. I went to Brazil, had him here watching my kids again. I was in Brazil with a whole nother nigga. I was in Brazil running my movie just like you was. Running my movie with a whole nother nigga while you was here watching my kids. Now, we moving on, and I, again, don't know how we ended up cool again. You know, he's begging me, telling me how much he loves me, and I'm going to insert those text messages too. And he's like, I just want to be with you, and I love you so much. I know where I want to be. I came back. Like, all the stuff that he was saying. And again, I'm going to just insert all the text messages for y'all to see, and y'all can figure it out yourselves. We get to Christmas of 2023. Now, again, y'all know that in December is my kid's birthday. We literally went half on everything. When I tell you everything for my kid's birthday, we went half on everything. The racing cars that I did for my son to this rose bouquet that he got for my daughter. Now, the rose bouquet, he told her he was going to give her $500. $250 was going to go into her bank account that we still never seen, and the other $250 was going to go on this rose bouquet. Now, he did get the rose bouquet, but we never saw the $250. We never saw the $250 in the bank account. So now we're at Christmas, and again, I don't know how we got to the point where we wasn't speaking again. I think I was probably over it at that point, but we having an argument about him bringing the kids their stuff for Christmas. So for what we've always done was no matter what space that we were in, we always spent Christmas with the kids, or at least opened the gifts with the kids on Christmas. So he's telling me he's trying to bring the kids their stuff for Christmas, and I'm like, absolutely not. Like, you can literally bring them their stuff tomorrow, and we can open up gifts together. You go ahead on your merry way. I want to bring my kids. I said, all right. So he started threatening me, and at that moment, I'm like, you know what? Now you give it to whenever you see him, because I'm not dealing with your threats. Like, go ahead. Now you can get him whenever you see him. So I takes and I leave the house. The kids are in bed. It's the night before Christmas. I leaves the house. and I go to my sister's house because she was having something for her birthday, celebrating her birthday. Out of nowhere, my phone is ringing, my kids are calling me, and my cameras go offline. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I answer the phone like, yes, baby, what's wrong? My daughter goes, Mom, the cameras went offline and somebody just broke your cameras. I'm like, somebody broke my camera. She was like, yeah, I couldn't see who the person was, but I just watched them break your cameras. I said, you sure? Go out there and show me a video of my cameras. So she go out, and when I tell you, the whole front of my house looked like somebody ran through it. Like, I decorated the front of my house really nice for Christmas. Everything is knocked over. If you don't believe me, go down to the video footage of him breaking my cameras the night before Christmas. It's a couple videos down. If you go scroll all the way down, you're going to see the video of somebody breaking my cameras. That was him. And this was in December 24th of 2023. Now, right after that, he calls me again. He's big and he wants to talk to me and, seeing all this stuff. And again, I'm going to insert some more pictures. And I'm going to close off with the pictures, the text message that he sent me right after he did the nonsense. And then I'll keep going with the rest of the story. Y'all stay tuned.
Boy, oh boy, how does the tables turn, right? I'm glad she, got her stuff together to where she could take care of herself and everything. The only thing that I will say is, man, she keep on giving my boy chances, though. What y'all think about that? Man, she just been giving my boy a lot of chances, though. You feel me? Like, when she put a gun in my face and then beat my ass all them years, man, it's kind of like, fuck you. Ain't no helping you out, and I don't give a fuck what you going through because, shit, man, you was beating my ass. Like, all type of shit. Go back to part one. You heard the shit that she said, punching walls, all type of shit, So, been beating her ass for a long time. Shit, she done helped him out. Now tables done kind of turned. You know what I'm saying? She done looked out for him. I wouldn't be looking out for no motherfucking body that done put a gun in my face and done beat my ass all those years. But shout out to her. She done got her a new man. All out of the she flying out the country. She doing all that.
So just a disclaimer for this episode, I was able to get permission from my daughter to share some of her text messages. So you might need some tissue. It's touching. It's heartbreaking just to hear some of the things that my daughter said to him or that she experienced this year alone with her father. As you can see from the pictures that I showed y'all, that when we came into the year, he was still trying to pursue me. He ended up sending me an edible arrangement. The first day they tried to send it, I blocked it, told him to send it back. I didn't care who it was from, just I didn't want it. The second day, somehow somebody at my job got it, and I ended up getting it. He had this long letter of him apologizing, and I was just like, yeah, you know how to put on the show. And he goes on with the, no, I'm not putting on no show, but I really need to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. So I wouldn't talk to him. I was over it. I just wanted him to literally just go away. February of this year, I found out that he had lost his job. How did I find out he lost his job? Well, I took the kids to the dentist one day, and when they went to run the insurance for them to get seen, they told me that the insurance was inactive. Very inconsiderate, because it's like, yo, why would you not tell me that the insurance was inactive? Like, so I could have been prepared for this. However, I wasn't rescheduling. I ended up paying for it out of pocket. It cost me $280 something for both of my kids to get seen at the dentist, and I just paid for it out of pocket. He also, like I said, he lost his job. So out of nowhere, but he would do stuff like, if he was not talking to the kids or he felt some type of way about something that the kids do, he would not embrace them the way that he normally does. So one day he didn't embrace my son the way that he was supposed to. My son told him to keep that same energy. So he called my son, I'm gonna beat you behind, blah, blah, blah. And naturally, as a mother, we're gonna protect our kids from an abuser. We know what that feels like, and you're not going to abuse my kids. Like, it's one thing to make your kids respect you, but respecting you and respecting you out of fear is two total different things. You're not going to make my son be fearful of you. My son can respect you, but he's not going to be fearful of anybody, father or not. He's not going to be fearful. He's going to be respectful. So my son, we went back and forth or whatever, and he ended up sending me a picture of up under my car. And he says something along the lines of, it'll be crazy if something happens to you in your travels. Well, nitwit, I transport your kids in that car every single day. So why would you ever threaten me after I done got rid of a car because of your threats? Now I'm down to one car and you threatening me, talking about something's going to happen to my second car. It's crazy to me. So, now that car is up for to go too. Like, now I gotta get rid of this car too. So, um, March, I didn't receive no child support, of course, and nor did he offer to give me any money or anything for any of the expenses that he wasn't paying for the kids. So I ended up going to St. Martin. In that same trip, I did like three different countries in that one trip. Came back, took my kids to San Diego to see my best friend, and we had a really, really good time. We came back, and the kids were just asking him, like, Dad, what you doing for your birthday? Because, again, his birthday is in April, and like I explained to you before, we got married on his birthday. So every year since the divorce, it would be like I would get like complete anxiety during that day and like just be ready for it to be over. But this year it was cool for me. Like, I ain't feel nothing. I was really at peace with what had happened, and I was ready to just move forward. So my kids asked him where was he going. He said he was going to Chicago. They're like, oh, who you going to Chicago? We said I was going by myself. So my kids was concerned because they knew that the rate of crime in Chicago was really, really high. So they was like, Dad, be safe. We really want to spend your birthday with you, and that whole thing. He just kept lying to him, saying that he was going to Chicago by himself. Well, on his birthday, again, I didn't feel anything. I was cool. I was at peace. I decided to send him a text message saying happy birthday to him. Yo, it never went through. So my daughter like, Dad, you blocked mommy? He said, oh, yeah, I had her blocked since like February. Now, mind you, the only way I was communicating with him was on my kid's phone. I was never communicating with him on my phone, because why do I need your number showing up in my phone at any cost? Like, it don't matter. I was talking to my kid's phone. So apparently he can be blocked from February. But imagine you blocking somebody and they don't know they block because they don't contact you. Like, you just weird. So I told him back in February when he had left to and I'm backtracking, but I told him back in February when he had left to go to, he said he had to do something in Virginia or whatever. And I told him, listen, you are not going to continue to not do for these kids or be around these kids. You think that you can get these kids whenever you want to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go file for custody of the kids, and someone is going to make you get them every other weekend. Ain't nobody going to make me do nothing. All right, bet. Then you got to stand on it, because I went right down there and I filed for custody of my kids. Because remember, we don't have no custody agreement for these kids, especially through a divorce. Nothing was done. But he also told me that he'll make sure that my kids is always cool, and now you're not doing the things that you're supposed to do. I went down there and filed. So now the hearing is in April. Right after his birthday, the hearing is in April. So I got a text message on his birthday like, yo, is this who he in Chicago with? So I'm like, I don't, let me see who sent this post, because the person that he was with posted him on his birthday saying that he was the cool, blah, blah, blah. And Lord behold, y'all, he was in Chicago with Susie. In Chicago with Susie, y'all. So that whole thing happened, and like I said, I'll see you in court. I will see you in court. So right after he came back home, when he came home from Chicago, of course the kids was upset, so they wasn't talking to him, because they found out that daddy had lied. He wasn't by himself. And of course they was concerned because they wanted to spend his birthday with him. So when he came back from Chicago, my daughter was calling his phone. So she was calling his phone from her phone, and he wasn't answering. But she called his phone from her brother's phone. And he answered the phone literally within seconds. Literally, she picked up the phone, called from her brother's phone. He answered the phone, and she goes, hey, Dad, why you didn't answer the phone for me, but you answered the phone when I called from my brother's phone? Yo, he hung up the phone on my daughter. He hung up the phone on my daughter. And when I tell you, I went into full rage, like literally full rage, because how fucking dare you? Like, she is innocent. And if you know my daughter, you know she's like the happiest 13-year-old that you could ever meet. And it gets me upset, but she's like the happiest 13-year-old little girl that you could ever meet. And you hung up the phone on her. And to see that pain in her face, like this little girl is bawling her eyes out, because why did he just hang up the phone on me, Mom? And I can't answer these questions for her. I can't. Like, it's no way that I can tell you why your dad is the piece of shit that he is. and why he just felt like he could treat you like and I'm pretty sure he don't treat his bitches this way because he probably treat them better than he treats her. But for the life of me, I couldn't understand why this man hung up the phone on her. So she decided she didn't want to deal with him. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to support her in that. Because ultimately, she also would used to do majorette dancing. And he decided that he didn't want to come to her majorette dancing because he didn't approve of the way that they was dancing. Not an excuse, but why would you ever do that to her? So she decided that I'm not going to majorette dance. I'm going to do track. But I'm going to get back to that. So we ended up in court. He was so pissed off with the facts that I had brought to this judge, and the judge had granted me full physical and legal custody of my kids, that he walked out the courtroom. I was actually surprised that he came to court that day too, because, sir, you ain't fight for the marriage, you ain't fight for the child support, but when it came to the custody of these kids, you actually showed up. I was proud of you for that. I was absolutely proud of you for that. So in turn, I told him that the next time he could see my son, we needed to have a conversation because I wanted to lay down some ground rules. Now, I also feel like he wasn't fighting for my daughter. He was fighting for my son, because at this time he still wasn't speaking to my daughter. So he went on for like months after April. He goes for months with literally being okay with just picking up my son and not doing for my daughter. I offered this man to give him back his child support payments just so that he would spend more time with my kids. Hey y'all, welcome to part. So let me just go back a little bit, because I feel like I went too fast a little bit, especially with my daughter's situation. Back in January, she was hospitalized to the point where she needed to have an MRI. It was after one of her dance recitals, and she got sick. He took her to the hospital, and she ended up having a seizure and ended up needing the MRI. Again, I got permission from her to tell this part of the story, so, she won't be surprised if she ever was to see this part. After that situation, they still had a pretty decent relationship. She asked him to come with her to get her MRI because she was afraid that the MRI was going to see her thoughts and the stuff that she experienced with her dad, like the abuse and everything. She didn't want him to get in trouble. So I had to sit there and tell her, my 13-year-old daughter, that, no, baby, that's not what the MRI does. It does none of that. So she was okay with having an MRI. So after she got she had went to go get her MRI, and she asked him to come with her. Of course, he didn't show up for the MRI, and she was really upset. So she asked him, like, Dad, why you didn't come with me to get my MRI? And it was in King of Prussia. It was in the evening, so it was no reason why he couldn't make it, especially since he didn't have a job. So he told her that, I just didn't want to be around your mom. And she was like, okay. And I feel like even then there wasn't an excuse for you not to be there for your daughter, because we could have sat on two different sides of the room. We didn't have to say anything to each other. We was just there strictly for the baby. But, that didn't go as planned or whatever. So, of course, I took her. It came back. She was okay. Now, fast forward back to where I was with, we were in May. So I had a conversation with him after I offered to give him back his child support payments. I then found out that he had filed for bankruptcy. He was applying for food stamps, and he was also now getting unemployment. So like I said, I had taken some trips or whatever, and while I took my trips, I allowed him to had my son. He was watching my son, and my daughter was with my mom at the time, she was my cousin. She was my little cousin. So coming up on my birthday, we in June, he's still not speaking to my daughter. And she also runs track now. So as she runs track, he never ever showed up to any of her meets either. So that bothered her. Hello. No, you're fine. That bothered her to the point where she, every time she would lose or something, she would cry. And it was like, I knew that it was bothering her, so I kind of encouraged her to say, nah, have the conversation with your dad. Just talk to him, because apparently this stuff is bothering you, and I need you to have this conversation with him. No, Mom, I don't want to talk to him because he won't reach out to me. He only comes to get sincere. And she was just all the way against, not talking to her father. So I went away to Spain on my birthday. And while I was in Spain, one of my rules was not to have my son in the projects. I see my son Life 360 that he's in the projects, and I text Bull, and I asked him, could you get my son out of the projects? I I got him in the projects. I had to get something, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but the rule was for you to not have my son in the projects. So I spoke to my son that night, and I'm going to insert the text message that this man sent me on my birthday. He didn't say happy birthday. He didn't say anything. He just sent me a really, really, really nasty text message, and I'm going to insert the text message right now. Let you guys read it. So even after that text message, I told him to take my son back to my mom's house, and I would get my son when I got back. I ended up coming home, and everything was fine. I took my kids to Virginia for the 4th of July, and everything was cool for the most part. What I can say is, when I took them to Virginia on our way back, she had decided that she was like, Mom, I want to talk to him. And I said, that baby, whatever you want to do, I'm going to support you. I'm going to sit there with you, just right there, everything that you want to say, because we know that he has a habit of not allowing you to get out what you want to say. He'll kind of jump on it and just have you to try to speed past everything that you have to say. So I told her to write down everything that she wanted to say to him and to have this conversation with him. So she goes and she writes it down, and they have the conversation. And I sat there. No, you're fine. I sat there, and I was, I was being supportive to her, and supportive if I could be to her. She ended up getting everything out that she had to say, and it was a pretty good conversation because me and him ended up talking. After, you need to get this way. Me and him ended up talking. So I'm thinking, okay, we talked. We had a good conversation, I would say. It was a pretty good conversation. So I thought that everything was cool. He was like, I'm going to come get the kids, and, we going to figure this out in a nutshell, is what he said. Okay, cool. So he came and got the kids, and we went from him speaking to me as greetings to him saying, hey. So, of course, I'm thinking, like, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're going to build this relationship to be whatever. Y'all, my daughter went over there, and we had a conversation about my son and his Orby guns. The rule was that my son could not spray paint the Orby guns no other colors unless they were neon. Well, while he was over there, he allowed my son to spray paint the Orby gun black. He lives in Philadelphia. All the crime and stuff that's going on in Philadelphia, I'm going to need you not to ever do that. So that was the strike number one. Then strike two is my daughter is telling me that, he's not really paying her no attention. And I'm texting him, asking him, like, yo, regardless of what you got going on, your daughter wants to feel loved by you. Like, he did some petty stuff where he took her, he unpinned her in his phone, and then he changed the Wi-Fi password, which was her name, to something totally different, maybe my son's name or something. So she was irritated about that. Well, I wake up the next morning, and I have a text message on my phone that apparently a conversation him and Susie had. And this was just the straw that broke the camel back for me, because I'm going to insert the text message like I always do, because I got a receipt. I'm going to insert the text message in the conversation, and I'm going to explain to y'all why I was so irritated by this conversation. Now, not for nothing, Susie has been involved with this man since before I dealt with him. Through the duration of our marriage, our relationship, she has been involved. It irritated me because for you to think that you can have a conversation with me about somebody that doesn't have kids by you, that's not your wife, that's even your girlfriend, because every time you go to court, you say that's not your girlfriend, that's just your friend. It bothered me because I'm like, Dad, this how you talk about me? Like, this is really your true whole feelings about me. So I'm going to insert the text message right now, and I'm going to let y'all read the text message, and then I'm going to come back because I'm having a time right now. So I'm going to close this episode with the text message, and you guys can, read it. And, moms, I felt like, again, it was absolutely no reason why you felt the need to discuss anything that's going on between me and you with her, because she has nothing to do with this. Like, it's between me and you. I don't sit around my boyfriend and have conversations about you. Show and tell. Everything that happens is going to come to fruition. Like, it's going to come up. So I don't need to share anything bad. I don't need to talk bad about you, because they're going to see what you do and how you move. But I'm going to end this one with the text message, and I'm going to go for 24 like Kobe. That's his favorite number, so I'm going to do 24 episodes, and then after that, I'll do some updates and keep you guys up to date about what's happening next. But here's the text message, y'all. See y'all next time. So after that text message that he sent to Susie, I decided, like, my natural reaction was to literally, like, choose violence. But again, I'm above that. Like, you and Susie can have each other. Like, be locked in. I'm going to take the high road, and I'm just going to block you. Now, at this point, you're dead to me. I had a whole funeral. We had a balloon release, everything for this man. And now you don't exist to me. So he was blocked. And I still allow him to still communicate fully with my kids, because, again, my kids ain't nothing to do with it. But in order for him to see his kids, who he got to go through, y'all? Me. So because he had to go through me and he couldn't get to me, you know, he needed to send an email. Like, he couldn't get through to me on my phone, but he could absolutely send me an email, which he chose against. So, you know, we went almost 3 months without any communication. He reached out to the kids, but he never asked to come see them. He tried to kind of push it off on them for them to ask me if they could come with me, when, sir, that wasn't the court order. You was court ordered to ask me to see your kids. And if you thought for 1 second that my kids is gonna come downstairs and say, oh, walk past me, oh, we going out, we going with dad, that was never gonna happen. They need permission from me. So again, you needed permission from me. So and again, this is all about a control thing with him, because the moment he loses control, he loses his fucking marbles. And I'll get to that part too. So after my kids found out about, so school's coming around, so I'm, you know, buying my kids school stuff. Normally we would go half on and stuff and all of that, but this year he really didn't give me a dime. I guess he thought that the child support whatever was supposed to do it, but he didn't give me a dime towards nothing. Come to find out, he has a freaking book bag drive. So you had a book bag drive to help these children, and you ain't give my kids a damn pencil, y'all. He did not buy my kids a pencil, let alone, he wasn't even there for them for the first day of school. I got a video of my daughter crying on the first day of school because her dad wasn't there. She's in the 8th grade now, and she just was like, you know, this is important to me, and you know, he should have been here, blah blah blah. Not that on the first day of school, that he thought it was the first day of school, instead of him coming to see his kids, you know, this man went and filed a petition for custody of my kids. I said, sir, you got a better chance of fighting yourself out of a wet paper bag than beating me in court. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. Like, literally, I'm going to toot my own horn with this one, because baby, I got it together for these kids. I got it together. I take care of my kids with my eyes closed. Literally, you can't take that from me. As a mother, you can't take that from me. And for you to think that I'm about to send my kids back with you, and you're a known gang member, I'm not doing it. Like, no, absolutely not. So he decided that he was going to go to court to file for you know, custody of my kids. And right after that, he had texted my daughter asking, did she want something from the Nike store? My daughter like, no, I don't want nothing from the Nike store. But come to find out, he did purchase something from the Nike store, but he purchased it for somebody else, another woman. Which is freaking hilarious to me, because you ain't buy your kids nothing for school, but you spending money on bitches. Like, make it make sense. All right, so my daughter finds out about it because he asked her, you know, they was having a conversation. Oh, I want to take you on a date. I want you to get dressed up real nice, and we're going to go. Like, sir. So my daughter sends him a text message, and before I post this text message, y'all, I just want to say, like, a lot of us women, we deal with daddy issues one way or another, or men issues where we don't get to the point where we're able to articulate or even put into words how we feel. My daughter was able to say how she felt and mean what she said. I'm gonna post this text message, y'all, and when she told me what she had said to him, because she screenshotted the text message and sent it to me, and I was at work, I immediately I had to walk away to like get my thoughts together, because it was like, yo, regardless of her being strong and being able to say what she had to say, the fact that you said it, and it comes from a 13-year-old person that experienced all of these things with their father, like, it was heartbreaking and very, very, very gut-wrenching for me. And all I wanted to do was to get to my baby at that point. I'm like, I told my supervisor, like, I gotta go. My baby needs me. I have to go. And she was like, hold on, give me a second, let me see. And, you know, I showed her. She was like, you know, you pour into that baby and you do a phenomenal job with that girl, that she can, you know, really be able to say how she feels. So I'm gonna post the text message, y'all. Take a minute, read it, let it digest. And you know what his response and how he sleeps at night with this, after what his daughter said to them? In his brain, he said that I sent him that text message. Sir, your daughter sent you that text message, and I need you to know that she was serious about sending you that text message. So after the text message was sent, he went, you know, he goes days and weeks, sometimes weeks without speaking to her or even texting her, reaching out to her. And he has started doing the same thing to my son. So both of them are at the point where they're like, yo, we don't want to, like, we don't want to deal with him. My son loves his dad, and I would never ever take that from him, that, you know, he had this close bond with his dad, and he do want to see his dad. But son, your dad is making it really, really difficult for that to happen. So now after he filed the court hearing, he says in the petition, he literally writes in this petition, and it's taking everything out of him to post this petition, but he writes in this petition, I should be able to see and care for my kids the same way I have to pay child support. Then turn around and go get the child support suspended because he can no longer afford it. So, sir, you want to dictate how my kids move, but you don't want to pay for them? Like, I need you to at some point sit there and, sir, I need you to at this point make this make sense, because the math ain't mathing. Like, you cannot possibly think that you can come and get these kids and you not taking care of them. Like, you don't provide nothing for these kids. Nothing for these kids. And you literally just keep thinking that, oh, I'm gonna just do this, I'm gonna do that, because you ain't got no job now and you got time now. So literally, I've been in court with this man 3 times this month. 3 times this month. The last time we was in court, after he got the child support suspended, which again, I was for it. Let's suspend it. Let's suspend it. After that, he got me in court for custody. So we in court for custody, whatever. We in there till 6 o'clock in the evening. So after we in court, we leaving out the courthouse, he tells me, something's going to happen to you when you get to work tomorrow. So I work at a school with over 300 children and staff members. But you want to play? Let's go. I go get a protection order. I get this protection order. In the protection order, he's not supposed to have any contact with my kids at all. Now the contact is done, but he violated it several times before we even got to court today. So again, just stay away from me and stop contacting my kids. So we in court today. We had court today, y'all. And I'm going to get to the court hearing today. But thank y'all for watching. I'll keep y'all updated with this narcissist. Hey, y'all. So here's an update. Court was today. Kind of frustrated because I literally been in court with this man 4 times this month. Like, record-breaking times that I've ever been to court or that he has showed up for court has been 4 times in 1 month. So remember earlier this month, I had to go for child support. They got suspended. Then we had the custody hearing that we couldn't come to an agreement. And just to give a little details about what happened in the custody hearing, we're going back and forth. And of course, I got my evidence. So I'm boom, boom, boom. We couldn't come to an agreement. So the judge was like, it's now 6 o'clock. Y'all haven't come to an agreement. I need to reschedule y'all for Friday. All right, cool. Mind you, I got to work. So you mean to tell me that I got to take off work again to accommodate somebody that is unemployed and has nothing but time now? Because before, when he had a job, he wasn't coming to none of the court hearings. He always missed them, and that's how the orders and stuff was able to get put in place, because he wasn't showing up. Now I gotta work, and you want me to keep missing work for this? However, I kept asking, what is it that he wants? Because again, I am not trying to be their father, nor am I trying to keep you away from your kids. But what you will do is respect me. I don't care what nobody say. Under no circumstances are you going to disrespect me and need me at the same time, because you need me to get permission to see your kids. Regardless of what the court order say, you still have to get permission from me, because there's no way that my kids are going to say, oh, he pulled up, or, oh, I'm leaving because I got to go to my dad. No, you have to get permission from the adult that have your kids 99.9% of the time. You had to get permission from me to see your kids. And because he was incompetent or incapable of reaching out effectively, he felt like he was going to use disrespect as his defense mechanism. And one thing I don't stand on is disrespect. I don't care what, you're not going to disrespect me and need me at the same time. So the fact of the matter is, until he learns to respect me, we're still going to have to go through this. All right. While we are leaving the courtroom, mind you, when we was at child support, we got into it. The sheriffs had to come out, separate us, put us on the elevator, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. When we were walking out the courthouse, he makes the comment of, something is going to happen to you when you get to work tomorrow. Why would you say that, sir? Knowing that I work at a place that holds almost 300 kids and about a good 50 adults. Why would you say that? Now let's play ball, because now I got to get a PFA. So the next day, I had to take off of work. I had to do the proper procedures with my job to let them know that, he made these threats, do whatever y'all got to do, but I need to go get a PFA. Everybody was supportive. My upper management was absolutely supportive. They did. My job, again, did everything that they needed to do to secure the safety of everybody that was in the building, as well as the staff or whatever, and myself too, because they really, really looked out. So I went and got the PFA that morning, that Tuesday morning, and then they served him that night. Like, they quick up here. They served him that night. So we still had to go to court. Mind you, from the time that he was served to the Friday when we had to go back to court, he had violated it 3 times already. Because it was a no contact with the children. Like, he was not supposed to have any type of contact with my children, and he kept texting them. Okay, so now we get to court, and I have to go to work. So I went to work, and I know that we'll be here all day, so I'm gonna take my time to get to court. So I finally get to court, and he was coming out when I was going in. So we kind of crossed paths and went in. What he didn't know is the PFA trumps whatever that judge was going to put in order. The PFA trumps it, so it was automatically dismissed. So I guess that's what his frustration was that damn, she just played her big card, and now I lost. Sorry. So I went in the courthouse, and I went to go talk to the judge or whatever. And this man told the judge about my TikToks. He literally went in there and was showing the judge my TikTok. So the judge so are you doing like a series right now? I said, yeah, about my life and with him. Yes, I am doing a series. He was like, oh, did you say anything about the judge? I said, I ain't saying about the judge. I told him that the judge was being dumb because he let him falsify paperwork in front of his face. Yeah, I did say that. Like, I'm not lying under oath, and I'm going to stand on everything that I say. Yeah, I said it. Yes. Mm-hmm. The judge was like, well, like I told him, it's dismissed. You got this order. You got it for a reason. But I don't know what I'm going to do with y'all. At this point, I don't know what we're going to do with us. Because it's a control thing. Again, as long as he has control, he's fine. The fact that I won't give him the control. Like, I promise you, if I call this man and I was one of them, the baby moms that called him and asked him for stuff, he would be happy. Oh, yeah, she need me for this, she need me for that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't call you for nothing. But every single day, I understand why your other baby mom left them kids on them steps. I understand it every single day why she did it. However, I'm good. Like, I trolled a little bit. Yeah, I absolutely trolled, because you really think that your little 242 was doing something for me. Everybody, freaking Stevie Wonder, could see that I don't need you for nothing. And whoever put the battery in your back to go, take her to court for this, you should have gave them my full portfolio. And they would have looked at you like you was dumb and said, I don't think you should do that, bro. I wholeheartedly don't think you should do that. Like, I'm tied in with everybody. I'm tied in. You done worked for something for 18 years and lost your job after 18 years of working for something. How stupid are you? Like, literally, how stupid? You was about to reach retirement age at a really, really young age, and you lost your job. Like, come on, bro. I'm good on paper and with paper, sir. Is nothing that you can possibly do to sink this ship. I would have to sink this ship. I would have to do something stupid to sink my own ship. Not the ship that you created, the yacht that I'm on right now. I would have to do that. So today we get to court again today. It's mind blowing that he's showing up, y'all. Because every time I walk in there, I'll be like, this nigga showed up. So he showed up to court again today. We get in the courtroom, they call us first. And the judge is like, so what y'all want to do? I'm going to take the kids off of it. Do y'all have an order for the kids? I'm like, yeah, we already got an order for the kids. I got full legal and physical custody of my kids. All right, so what you want to do? Keep them away from me. All right, so what you want? I just want to see my kids. I never stopped you from seeing your kids. I'm not trying to be their father. I never stopped you from seeing your kids. So the order still stands. I still have full legal and physical custody of my kids. He still has to ask for permission to see my kids. Now, when you do see your kids, we got to meet at a police district. I'm just, for real, not for nothing. I just want to help his criminal career. Like, he wants to be a criminal. He wants to be in the street so bad. I just want to give him the push that he needs. Like, I want to be supportive in every aspect of that. Like, I really, really, really want to help him. So whatever I have to do to help him and assist him in that, I just want to push him to be great at being a clown. Be great at being a clown, but I'm going to stand on being a mother to these children. I'm going to stand on keeping and securing the safety of these children, because no matter how high or how low I gotta go, because when you go low, I'm taking you straight to hell for my kids. Like, we going straight to hell. Whatever I need to dig up, whatever I need to find, whatever I need to do, it's gonna get done. So That was the end of my series of being married to a narcissist, y'all. It has been a complete roller coaster for the last 15 years. And y'all did inquire about Susie. Susie been around, and Susie did her big one with waiting. Cause Susie done been gay. Susie done got pregnant, had a baby. Like Susie did everything, but she made sure she kept herself accessible for him. And I commend her for that, cause since ain't no nigga going to play with me like he played with you. However, now that's your problem, Susie. Congratulations, God bless y'all in y'all union or whatever y'all create or whatever y'all got going on over there. But I'm going to live my life with my good friends and my great support system. And thank you to everybody that watched. Again, I'll keep y'all up to date. I'll let y'all know how long it takes for him to email me about these kids because he's still blocked. Because he still did. He's still blocked. But again, y'all know the holiday season is coming around. My kids' birthdays are coming up. And now he wants to feel like he's a part of something. But until he apologizes and respects me, it's always gonna be up for him. But until next time, y'all. Hey y'all, so it's been a while since I've done an update on my I married a narcissist after the divorce. And when I tell you, it has been crazy, but when I tell you, life right now for me is so beautiful that I kind of like wasn't paying none of this nonsense any mind. But today I got time, so I'm gonna update y'all what's really been going on. So remember back in October, after we went to court, I ended up getting custody of the kids and all of that stuff. I was doing my story time and somebody texted me like, go check Susie page. She's having a time. I go to Susie page, and when I tell you Susie is having a field day with my story time, Susie ain't clearing up this, and Susie ain't doing this, and I'm like, because for me, nobody knew that you were Susie until you made yourself known that you were Susie, sis. I did you a service by not even saying your name, but since you want everybody to know your name, Marie, everybody know that it's you. So I goes under her picture and I comment like, what's up? You good? Like you need that. And she act like she can't respond. But I'm like the type of person that if I got something to say to you, you ain't ever got to worry about me subbing you. You ain't got to like question because I'm going to at you so that you know when I'm talking about you. But then I thought like, wait, why am I even engaging in this? I got this girl phone number. Let me call her phone. So I text her. Now we in the text where we going back and forth, blah, blah, blah. This insane woman decides to send me a picture of an ultrasound from Planned Parenthood 3 years ago. Her stupid self didn't even realize that on this ultrasound it says estimated due date 10/31/2021. I laughed so hard, like I had to like sit back and say, yo, these people are pure delusion. So now she tweeting, oh, little KMD will be here soon. And I'm like, girl, you see what I'm going through with the nigga. So you think that you just got this golden vagina for a man that got a vasectomy that you now all of a sudden you pregnant. Okay. So let's go back to the matter right here because we went back and forth and it just was what it was. Like she wasn't saying nothing that was any justice to me. Like you ain't saying nothing. Like that man that pillow talked you into thinking that you was the one. Oh, she got her body done and she paid for it this way, sis. Everybody know I got my body done. Everybody know I got my body done. But you need yours done. That's the problem. You actually need yours done. Like, I was cool before I got the BBL. Before that. I'm still cool now. People, like, whatever. Anyway. She was supposed to pull up. Susie was supposed to pull up. Yeah, pull up. And it was like not making sense to me because I'm like, do this man actually know that she on Twitter going crazy? Like we having Twitter wars at this point, but I'm pretty sure he didn't know. So the fact that I'm constantly the topic of your conversation is crazy, but she not pushing him to take care of his kids. So that's Susie. I text her. She went on there, said some crazy stuff. Oh, he moved you out your mom's house he moved you out your mom's crowded house into a house, cleaned up your credit, and now you think you big money. Baby, let me explain something to you. A nigga with a 503 credit score can never help me do anything. If anything, he moved me out my mom's house, which my mom had a 7-bedroom house. I always had my own room. My mom had a 7-bedroom house. He moved me into a 2-bedroom house with 6 people. That's crowded. You have a 504 credit score. You can't help me do nothing. Your highest limit credit score is $300. You can't help me do nothing, bro. Let's be clear right there. Now we address that. Let's move forward. So November was cool. She on there tweeting about Thanksgiving. Nobody cares about none of this stuff because the irony of it is we're not together. He was supposed to move on. But the fact that you ain't tweet this much in your life and you think that you're hurting me is just absolutely crazy, girl. Because what you're doing is you're hurting his kids. You're hurting his kids. Because not one time have you told him, yo, go get your kids. Yo, go take care of your kids. My boyfriend, I'm never trolling his baby mom on these social sites knowing that he needs to have a relationship with with her for the kids. Never doing it, but you weird. So that's the type of stuff you do. Nevertheless, December is my kid's birthday. Oh no, let me back up. November we had a conversation. No, we didn't. When did we have that conversation? No, it was in December. It was definitely in December because he came up here trying to give my son a birthday gift after we went on a cruise for my son's birthday. I posted it. We went on a cruise. He came up here trying to give my son something for his birthday. He actually paid a 9-year-old kid to come to my house to bring my son his birthday gift. That's just weird. So I'm like, yo, at this point, let's have a conversation. So me and him talked. Me and my ex-husband, now baby father, had a conversation. So we sat on the phone talking for like a good hour or two. Just going over all this stuff. And I'm telling him like, yo, the way that you went about this was all wrong. However, we can work something out, but just make sure you stay on top of whatever it is. So he tells me, he goes on to tell me, I said, but then you got your girlfriend on here tweeting, think she hurt me. She's not hurting me. He like, well, we wasn't together on Thanksgiving. Like he runs it all down that this girl be on Twitter lying. So now I'm really laughing like you're a whole clown. Your nigga just said you be lying. Like she wasn't with me on Thanksgiving. She made it up. This girl went as far as saying that, yo, I got to text the group chat, the family group chat, like, sis, you wanted my life so bad that these kids, they are grown. His youngest son just turned 21 yesterday. He's grown. They are grown. They are 21. They are grown men, and you are excited about taking care of grown men. Okay, home health aide. Okay. I mean, don't bother me none. Cool. Take care of them. That's fine. So after the conversation, we started talking about him and my daughter's relationship. And he was like, oh, my phone about to die, my phone about to die. I'm like, all right, cool. Because, like, we not yelling, we having a conversation. So he's like, my phone about to die. I'm like, all right, cool. So, of course, he never calls back, but he texted my son the next morning and says, oh, tell your mom that my phone died. I'll call y'all later. Okay. I'm not pressed to have a conversation because at the end of the day, you have to take care of your kids. You got to take care of them. Not me. You take care of your kids. So, of course, he never calls. But then he calls my son the next day and say, why your mom trying to keep me away from y'all? And I'm like, son, call your dad. Contact your dad. Like, get on the phone with his dad. And I'm like, yo, why are you still sitting up here trying to spin this narrative that I'm trying to keep you away from your kids? I am not trying to keep you away from your kids. I told you, set up a day and time and I will try to accommodate you. He talking about well, I want to see him on Saturday. I said, well, Saturday he's not going to work because, again, that Saturday was leading into Sanaa's birthday. So we had plans already. That Saturday don't work. But before I could say something like pick another day, he hung up the phone on me. Okay, bet. So what you're not going to do is you're not going to disrespect me on a line that I pay for. So I made it very clear to him, sir, get your kids a phone, a tablet, whatever else, whatever device you want to contact them on, because you can no longer contact them on anything that I pay for. But not to mention that he wasn't making no child support arrears payments, that he owed me $13,000. He owed me $13,000 in arrears and he didn't make one payment. Remember I said that. So Sanaa's birthday comes around, nothing. He said nothing to this little girl. He didn't post her, I'm sure, just absolutely nothing. So I'm like, okay. So Sanaa, it really didn't bother her a lot because with Sanaa, she kind of goes with the flow. Like, all right, it didn't bother me because, it just didn't bother her because I had her wrapped up in other stuff. Like I had a celebration for her. She had a dinner. Like all that stuff she was taking care of. So it wasn't like she was missing out on anything. So then Christmas comes. Nothing for Christmas. Not a Merry Christmas. Not a Christmas gift. Not nothing for my kids. Yet we got Susie Marie over here on Twitter. Oh, he bought us this and he got us. We went to go play Miss Claus and he bought. That man bought everybody in his family something. His 2 nieces, his nephew, his mom, his kids, her, and skipped my kids. He got my kids nothing for Christmas. So when I seen it, I was like, she goes, oh, I got some Giuseppe's. Giuseppe's? Do anybody still wear them shits? Like, I had to go on Giuseppe's to see if it was a pair of Giuseppe's that I would want. No, didn't see none. So I contact him and I say, yo, did you really think that it was cool for you to skip the kids' Christmas like the way that you did? He hung up the phone on me. So my son called him like, Dad, it's me. So my son started talking to him. And he's like, his tone that he was talking to my son in, I had to like literally tell myself like, yo, don't say nothing. Let the kids see it on their own. So I'm sitting there allowing him to talk to my son. Do you want it? I got you something. I'm going to give it to you, blah, blah, blah. Like, and my son like, okay. Like, because my son is intimidated by him at this point. Like, he's intimidated. Like, not that he loves his dad because he loves his dad. He loves his dad because he's fearful of him. So he gets upset. He throws his hood on. He in the back of the car. We on our way to my mom's house. So I'm like, son, you know, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. My daughter like, no, Mom, I want to call him. Okay, so now go ahead and call him. So I called him and was like, well, what did you say to my brother that now has him feeling the way that he feels? So he was like, I ain't say nothing to him, but blah, blah, blah. So she was like, Dad, you skipped my birthday. You ain't say happy birthday to me. You didn't buy me nothing, all that stuff. So he was like, well, you don't answer your phone. Mind you, neither one of them can answer their phones because you are blocked on their phones. You are blocked on their phones. Neither one of them can answer the phone. So he like, so when you don't answer your phone, you don't communicate with me, your birthday gets skipped. She said to him, she said, you know, you really drain my energy. You really, really drain my energy. He tells her, well, the best part for you is that you could push that button on this phone, you can hang it up. She hung the phone up. My baby hung the phone up. And I didn't blame her because the way that he treats her and talk to her is like she's an adult, she's the enemy, and that girl does nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He don't fight for these kids. He ain't fighting trying to see these kids. None of that. So skip all of that. We go into the new year. He goes to my son's school. So remember, he told my son that he had his Christmas stuff for him. He'll give it to him, whatever. He didn't care what nobody had to say. He's gonna give my son his stuff. So my son like, Mom, I got to tell you something. Like, what's wrong? He was like, my dad came up to the school today. Okay, he brought you Christmas stuff. He was like, no, he brought me a ski mask and $33. He did what, son? Oh, he came up here and brought me a ski mask and $33. Mind you, I didn't tell you this man work at the school district, right? Oh, okay, so he has a full-time job, and he brings my son a ski mask and $33. Nothing for Sanaa, not a Christmas gift, not nothing. Just a ski mask and $33. That's what my son got. We had a court hearing. That last time I had spoke to him, I told him, like, yo, you got court on my... Hey, y'all, so welcome to part 2 of my update. So, remember when I had that conversation with him, me and him was sitting there trying to go through everything that happened, and the stuff that he was saying to me was absolutely insane. So he goes, the last 11 months, I will never forgive you for the last 11 months. I said, you will never forgive me for the last 11 months? He said, yeah, you stole the last 11 months out of me and my kid's life and blah, blah, blah. I said, sir, I never stole anything. Don't ever give me that much power to take something from you. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. But he like, yeah, the last 11 months you did that and then you really messed it up on Christmas last year. I said, Marquise, I literally told you, like, I let you see the kids on Christmas. I even gave you a Christmas gift. The iPad that he got, the iPad and the Chanel perfume that he walking around wearing and stuff, I paid for that. So how dare you say that I ruined something when I still was willing to meet you halfway with it? I said, don't ever tell me I did that. Don't ever do that. I said, however, the issue with you and your daughter, that's something more deeper. He said, she hurt my feelings. How she hurt your feelings? Like, regardless of what your feelings are, you are the parent at the end of the day. You need to make sure that you're there for your daughter, and you're not. So we had court that Monday. He missed court. They got a contempt hearing. That's where we had to go today. So leading up to today, I'll say that, yeah, Susie Marie tweets little dumb stuff. Nobody paying you no mind. Like, y'all just dumb over there. Like, y'all dumb. You faking a pregnancy. Like, all of this because I told you I'm getting married. Like, you really, really, really got to stop. And nevertheless, she's not pushing you to take care of your kids. Like, I'm never laying up with a nigga. Even if I'm pregnant. Because if I see the way you do your daughter, I can only imagine what you're going to do to me. I can only imagine. But this girl is so delusional and dumb. Like, she literally, her girlfriends, I had to block them on Twitter. I had to block them on Twitter and on TikTok because they literally check my page religiously. Like, y'all all obsessed at this point. It's never given that she not worried about me, because if you're that happy in your relationship, I shouldn't even matter, sis. I should be an afterthought. I shouldn't even matter, because I'm not checking my page for what? You want an outfit idea? What you want? There's no reason why you're on my page. Every day, you're on my page. Anyway, so then we got court today. So again, it's a contempt hearing. So I get I talk to my attorney. She tell me how it's going to go. Whatever. All right, cool. I get there, he there, of course. He makes it there on time every time. He's there. So we get to court, and he like, I get there, his lawyer walk in. I was surprised the nigga had a lawyer. He went to the damn Philly Legal Services, the free legal lawyers and stuff that be coming in. All right, bet, now we about to rumble. Let's go. I get excited. Like, with that type of stuff, I get so excited because I'm like, yo, he know he don't have a leg to stand on with me. He better get an attorney. And I'm just that good every single time. Every single time. You won the battle back in October, when you won that battle back in October, when you got it cut off and everything is clicking and working for you. But baby, the war is coming. The war is coming. Let's go. So his attorney comes up, are you on an Anderson case? I just looked at him like, what are you talking to me for? Like, this ain't how this works. Stop talking to me. So he like, are you on the Anderson case? I'm like, yeah, why, what's up? So he goes in, oh, nobody's there to check in. Would you be able to tell me how much he owes in the arrears? I looked at this man. First of all, that's illegal to even have a conversation. Talk to my attorney. But I looked at this man. I said, so he hired you and ain't tell you how much he owed me? He was like, no, I was trying to get the copy of it from inside, but no one's in there. I said, he owed me $13,000, and I ain't leaving here without $3,000. He said, okay. I said, already can lock him up. That's your options. That's your options. Either pay me $3,000 today, or go back there for 30 days until you get my money. Go back there for 30 days. It's easy. That's your two options. It can be done my way or my other way. There's only two ways. My way or my other way. Congratulations. And this is after I told Susie, every single time you tweet or you say something about me, he gonna pay for it, sis. He gonna pay for it. So he goes over there and say something to him or whatever they call us in. So now they going through, he gets a fake pay stub too. We'll get to that. He's good with doctoring up stuff. Yo, this man is the queen of doctoring up stuff. Gets in there. They look at his pay stub. He gets his pay stub down to like $1,600. Tells the court that he only make $42,000 a year working at the school district as a cleaner. All right, so she like, okay, so you haven't made a payment since August. Is there a reason why? I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to catch up on some things. You're a liar. Okay, let's go. Now I'm going to tell you what they were saying to him. So they like, how much is your mortgage? $341. She said $341. He was like, yeah, my mortgage is $341. I bought it when I was 19. She said, how old are you? 45. You bought a house that was $33,000 when you were 19 years old. Your mortgage was only $341, and it still ain't paid off. Okay, Brokey. So she like, do you have a car? Yeah, my car note is $840. He said $840 something. I can't remember the other two numbers. It was like $840. I don't remember. He's like, yeah, but that's wrapped up in my bankruptcy too. Okay. What are your She said, what are your utilities? Like $200. And what is your how much is your phone bill? She was like $100. Who lives in your house? Oh, it's me and my son. How old is your son? He's 21. I said, man, he's lying to you again. He lives in a house with 3 of his sons. 2 of them got 2 good jobs. He got money. So she's like, okay. She's like, hold on. She was like, so how much can you pay today? No, she said, when is the next time you get paid? He said, I get paid tomorrow. He got Navy Federal. We all got paid today, sir. Stop playing with me. Like, stop playing with me. So he like, I Navy Federal. So she's like, how much can you pay today? No, she said, how much is your check gonna be? He was like, it's gonna be like $500. Lying again. Lying. So his attorney goes, well, we can give her $1,000 and we can break it up in increments. I said, she's like, no, she won $1,000. Go outside, make any phone calls that you need to make. She won $1,000. She's not leaving here without $1,000. So I'm like, all right, cool. This man on the phone calling. I don't know who he calling, but he calling. He probably called Susie. He probably called Susie for the $1,000, but he calling. So he come back like 10 minutes later, like, all right, can I Apple Pay the court? They like, Apple Pay the court. Man, you and this Apple Pay. He was like, he Apple Pay the court. So she like, No, but would you be willing to accept his Apple Pay? I said, sure, he can Apple Pay, because he also told them that, because when she asked him, like, well, why haven't you made any of these payments? He's like, why haven't you done anything for your kids? He said she don't allow me to. Every time I try to give my kids stuff, she won't accept it. Like, just lying through his teeth, yo, just lying through his teeth. So he like, so when we get back in the courtroom, they're like, well, are you willing to accept the Apple Pay? I'm like, yeah, you can Apple Pay me. Tell him to Apple Pay me. So he had to unblock me to Apple Pay me. So he unblocked me. He's like, I can give her $800 in Apple Pay and give her $200 in cash. She's like, are you willing to? I'm like, yeah, I'll accept it. Mind you, this is a joke to me. This is an absolute joke to me. But guess what? Every time this girl says something, I'ma inconvenience you every single time until you tell her to shut the fuck up and mind her business. Tell her, mind your fucking business. This is between me and my kid's mother. Me and my kid's mother. Until she learns to shut the fuck up, it's going to constantly be a battle between me and him, because he can't tell her to shut the fuck up. If this man could literally, I have zero problems with him contacting me and saying, yo, Taj, I want to see my kids. I would love for him to have a relationship with his kids, just based off the simple fact that I got to watch my kids go through this emotional stuff with him. Every time. Every time. My son asking me, Mom, could you get me a new stepdad? Because I want to just forget about my dad. You know how bad that shit hurt? Like, do you know how much that hurts to hear your child telling you that they want to forget about their dad because he a piece of shit? My daughter will not pick a high school. She won't pick a high school. Why she won't pick a high school? Because her father promised her that he was going to sit down with her and help her pick a school that fit her. And he ain't do it yet. So it's so many layers to this nonsense, but you got her just keep talking shit. Like, I cannot have a healthy relationship, a healthy co-parenting relationship with my kid's father because this bitch keep talking. Somebody, and I blame your old heads, I blame everybody around you, because shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Have your baby, do whatever. Like, I just need you to mind your fucking business. Like, that's where you fucked up at. When you decided to insert yourself in what's going on with me and my ex-husband, my baby father, about our kids, that's where you fucked up at. Mind your business, Susie, Marie. Mind your business. But then it was so happy when TikTok got shut down. Oh my God, when TikTok was getting shut down, baby. Oh, you had your 2 minutes of fame, and it's, sir, it was never about you. It was never about you. You wasn't a factor. Then he hid you. He still hides you now. He's still saying that you're just his friend. Relax. Relax. In a nutshell, that nigga trash. I don't even have nothing else to say. I walked out of court $1,000 richer today, I guess. I guess. But still, you still owe me 12 grand in the arrears. You still owe me 12 grand. You showed up to court today. I hope you showed up to court on Monday. But yeah, no birthday party for the kids. No gift for my kids' birthdays. Told Sanaa that, when she went into her phone, so she can't get nothing for her birthday. You skip Christmas. And then you bring Sincere a freaking ski mask and $33 to his school. Again, no Christmas gift. Like, I really, at this point, I'm just over it. And they keep, count your days, count your days. They're being counted. I need y'all to show me something. Show me what you got. Please. Because for you to say, you got the drop of this, you got the drop of that, but for the sake of him, I'm not going to say nothing. Sis, don't ever let a man stop you from following your dreams. Don't ever let him stop you from following your dreams. Because if you wanted to do something, it would have been done. Stay tuned, y'all. That was my day. This is the craziest thing ever, but that's my day. I'm like 25K and counting on my Storytime. And it's amazing. The love that I get from y'all. I appreciate y'all. Court is on Monday. Custody. We have custody of court on Monday. So I'll give y'all an update on Monday.
Alright, y'all. So that's the end of the story. I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad things did. Rose did reverse. She started dog walking his ass. So, yeah, that's what his ass get. But for him to be doing that to the daughter, not talking to the little girl and everything, she should have dog walked his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, she should have definitely dog walked his ass. I'm glad she dog walked his ass. But that's it for this story. Again, if you ain't watched part 1 and part 2, I'll put it in the link in the description below. This was a long story, boy. I appreciate y'all for tuning in and rock with me as always. Y'all let me know in the comments below what y'all think about this story. But I'm glad the tables did turn around. I'm glad she did get her stuff together. You know what I'm saying? She ended up getting a house, everything, man. So I'm happy for her, man, because it wasn't looking too good for her in the beginning. She was getting her ass beat. You feel me? So I'm glad she got it together, man, and she decided that she wasn't gonna take that anymore. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and rocking with me, man. As always, it's your boy Ray. It's your boy Ray. Big play. Peace.